Members, welcome to today's live-streamed ordinary full council meeting coming from the Guildhall Council Chamber. I would like firstly to welcome the Lord Mayor's Chaplain, the Reverend Bob Mason, to say prayers.
Lord Mayor, councillors, good afternoon. I'm conscious you have a very heavy agenda with important decisions, and divine help is necessary. I'm reminded of John Newton's hymn, "Thou art coming to a king, large petitions with thee bring, for his grace and power as such, none can ever ask too much." Let's pray. So gracious and powerful God, we ask your help today for this meeting of the City Council. Thank you for all the essential preparations and the diligent work behind the scenes in preparing reports. Thank you too for visionaries in the past who have toiled for the advancement and the prosperity of Portsmouth. May your Spirit grant wisdom and direct proceedings, and especially that in considering the major projects before the Council today, sound judgment may result in opportunities being grasped and welcomed, obstacles overcome, and difficulties resolved. We ask, Heavenly Father, that the outcomes from today may be honouring to you and forward your plans for the good of our city and the well-being of all sections of our community. For Christ's sake, amen.
Members, please be seated. Firstly, thank you very much, Bob Mason, for your prayers. You're most welcome to stay for the rest or as much of this meeting as you wish to, but we will certainly understand if you have to leave for other business. Members and members of people in the gallery, deputies, and any others. I just want to draw your attention to the COVID advice provided. The Director of Public Health would like to remind us that the Chief Medical Officer is still advising people to continue to follow the regular hand washing, face coverings, keep space of 2 meters, ventilate rooms guidance when meeting people inside as we go into the autumn and winter period. This will reduce the spread of coughs, colds and other viruses, including COVID-19, that we are currently seeing an increase in cases in this city. We are expecting this to be a difficult winter for the NHS and for our own care services. So this is just a gentle reminder that in order to reduce the risk of catching and passing winter viruses, we should all follow these preventative measures whilst moving around the Guildhall. The filming of council proceedings. With regard to members of the public attending to make deputations to the council, the webcast will not show them speaking, but we will hear their words. For the attention of those members of the public wishing to record proceedings of the the Council's rules prohibit the filming, photographing or recording of members of the public, including those making deputations. Evacuation procedures. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and the public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts. Please assemble in the front of the Queen Victoria statue in the Guildhall Square. The microphone system. Just to remind members wishing to speak that you simply press the talk button on the unit in front of you, and I will activate your microphone when I call you to speak. I will also turn off your microphone. Now moving to agenda item 1. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interests or personal prejudicial interest to declare in the items before us on the agenda, can you please indicate? Councillor Bosher.
Seeking the City Solicitor's advice on this particular issue. It is in relation to Notice of Motion 13A, in the fact that my partner is a specialist maxillofacial nurse at QA involved in dentistry there. I don't believe I have a personal interest that would require me to leave the chamber on that notice, but I think it should be duly noted.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Personal interest in the same motion in that I work for an NHS trust.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. Councillor Mellor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to declare that I have a personal non-prejudiciary interest in agenda item number 9, the Tipner West, as I am a member of the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Trust.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, it's in relation to one of the questions at the back about health inspectors going into food premises. I think number 6, is it? Question 6? So I'm a co-owner of 2 food premises, but it's not, as far as I'm concerned, prejudicial.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt.
I can't turn it off.
Oh, can't I? Councillor Coles.
Well, thank you, Lord Mayor. As with Councillor Corkery, 13A, a personal interest as I work for an NHS trust.
Councillor Norton.
Of interest, but just so I will need to leave the meeting early, so apologies in advance for that.
Right, thank you very much, Councillor Norton. I think that concludes. To put that on. It was proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Bosher that the minutes of the extraordinary and ordinary council meetings held on the 19th of July 2022, previously circulated with the agenda, be confirmed as correct records. Are the minutes agreed? Right. Communications. Apologies for absence for the meeting have been received from Councillor Horton, who is unwell. Are there any other apologies for absence? No. Members, since we last met, the city, with the rest of the country, has been saddened by the death of our late Queen. Amongst the many messages of sympathy and sadness which I have received were messages from the Oberbürgermeister of our twin city of Duisburg, from the Mayor of our twin city of Caen, and from the councils of Portsmouth, Rhode Island and Portsmouth, Virginia, and from the Council of Halifax, Nova Scotia. These show, I am sure we will all agree, the respect in which our late sovereign was held throughout the world. And I would ask you to stand for a 1-minute silence in memory of our late sovereign. Thank you, members. Please be seated. Members will have been made aware of the recent death following a long illness of former councillor Phil Shaddock. Phil was a councillor for Fratton Ward from 1986 until 2006 and was the leader of the council from 2003 to 2004. I got to know Phil Shaddock even before he became a councillor and was always aware of his deep and genuine concern for the ward which he served and the high regard in which so many people in Fratton held him. His funeral will be held at Portsmouth Crematorium at 3:15 p.m. on Friday next, the 14th of October. All councillors who knew him or who wish to attend are invited to attend. It now gives me great pleasure to present scrolls to two former councillors who at our July meeting were admitted to the role of Honorary Alderman of the City. Honorary Alderman Frank Jonas, BEM. Members, at an extraordinary meeting on the 19th of July this year, it was agreed to admit the former councillor and former Lord Mayor, Frank Jonas, BEM, to the role of Honorary Alderman. Frank is with us this afternoon, and it gives me great pleasure to present him with a framed scroll. Would you like to say a few words?
Through you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, members, for granting me the position of Honorary Alderman. I will continue to represent the city wherever I can and promote the city and the city's residents. Of course, the added bonus is that I'm now able to sit through council meetings. As you know, I like them very much, and now being in the same position as the vicar, that I can leave when I like. I was asked, actually, now that I've retired, forcibly, I will admit, from the council, what I do. Well, the first thing, and which is a bonus, is I see more of the wife. You all know how happy that makes me. And the second of all is that I've been looking for employment, and as you all know, my speciality is IT, or IT, as I refer to. I have applied to the council to be a consultant. I've so far received no reply, so if any of you have got any influence, put a word in for me. Thanks again for what you've done. Thank you.
Rob Wood. As previously notified, Honorary Alderman Rob Wood. Members, at an extraordinary meeting on the 19th of July this year, it was agreed to admit the former City Councillor and former Lord Mayor, Rob Wood, to the role of Honorary Alderman. Rob is with us this afternoon, and it gives me great pleasure to present him with a framed scroll. Councillor Wood, former Councillor Wood. would you like to make a few words?
I can see the look of anticipation from everybody here. For the once, I'm not going to say a lot, but to thank you all. It is a great honour to be an alderman, and after what Frank has just said there, I think it's very true. We will continue to represent the city, and we'll look forward to great decisions being made here. Thank you.
As previously notified, Honorary Alderwoman Donna Jones will receive her frame certificate at the 8th of November Council meeting, as she is unable to attend today due to a prior Police and Crime Commissioner business appointment. Finally, it is Sheila Wood's last Council meeting. Thank you for taking the photographs today, Sheila. As members will be aware, Sheila, who is the Lord Mayor's butler, will be retiring from the Council at the end of October. Sheila has worked in the Lord Mayor's team for 18 years and is a much valued member of the team and the wider culture. The Directorate, and indeed the whole Council, will miss her. She will be hugely missed. Many of you will know Sheila from council meetings and civic events. Some of you may have worked with Sheila when serving as Lord Mayor, and will know what a key member of the team she has been, something which I can very much confirm. I am sure you will wish to join me today in thanking Sheila very much for all the invaluable work and outstanding professional support she has provided over the years. And we wish Sheila our very best for a very long and very happy retirement. Thank you.
Did you want a photograph?
Yes. Much to her embarrassment, I'm going to ask Sheila to come forward for a photograph. And lastly, some thanks before we come on to the business of today. I would like to thank Lydia of the events team for all the work which she did during the period of the mourning for the late Queen, for the proclamation of His Majesty King Charles, and all the events which have subsequently related to those matters. And so I would like it publicly to be recorded my thanks to Lydia. Finally, before we move to the substantive business of today's meeting, I think we're all aware that there is a very full agenda, including some matters which are likely to be contentious. In order that we will not be here until tomorrow, I intend to be rigorous in the application of our standing orders, with the exception of Standing Order 28C, where I shall adhere to normal practice rather than what is written, and I would ask members to be disciplined in their approach to business and to the conduct of debate. We now come to item 4 on your agenda. Deputations from the public under Standing Order 24.
There are 4 in-person deputations for this meeting, deputation details of which have all been circulated with a green sheet in the chamber. Can I ask Ms Tracy McCulloch, on behalf of the Portsmouth Green Party, to make your deputation on item 9? You have 4 minutes and the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Tracy, to represent Portsmouth Green Party on Tipner West. A year ago, I went on a wet and windy walk around the proposed development at Tipner West, along with Green Party members, locals and other interested people. We wanted to take a proper wander around the area to see what the fuss is about. We had seen all the flashy PR documents produced on the proposed developments and the opportunities claimed within them. Along with us was David Allwright from the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust. He answered our questions and gave us a pragmatic overview, including the damage that would be caused by any more land reclamation and the space for wildlife that would be lost. It's obvious that this green space is more than just a piece of land in need of development. It's naturally managing itself to be more than just a wild and wonderful dog walking space. There are unique features in the landscape that do the job of so many things that can't ever be replicated and are at risk of being destroyed, such as the vital habitat for dark-bellied Brent geese and the black-tailed godwit, and the salt marshes which act as a natural sea defences and a carbon sink, whilst also remediating pollution in the area. The needs of the city deal are one of the reasons given for the proposed development in the West, where the city deal only requires 1,250 homes and 30,000 square metres of marine employment space, which can easily be accommodated without land reclamation and destruction of the protected mudflats. While it is clear that we need affordable homes in the city, we can't let protected sites be destroyed while brownfield sites are still awaiting development. The council must also challenge the government's figures for the number of houses required to be built on this unique island city via proper exceptional circumstances process. The exceptional process already used by our neighbours in the Isle of Wight and elsewhere. The scaremongering tactics that imply there is a significant cost to Portsmouth if the development doesn't go ahead conveniently ignore the fact that if the protected intertidal habitat is built over, then the city will be required to create and maintain up to 170 hectares of habitats elsewhere in perpetuity, over 80 years or more. Not only is this staggeringly expensive, but Portsmouth people will not get the benefit. Any development must also come with a commitment that it will be aligned with the future positive, nature positive design principles set out by RSPB and the National House Building Council. Finally, at a time when of necessity we are building sea defences all around Portsea Island, what sense is there building anything new at sea level? One of the reasons we're building so many sea defences in this country is because of development on national flood defences, such as the site of special scientific interest, protected intertidal salt marshes at Tipner. In this time of unprecedented climate and nature crisis, we should be doing all we can to protect and enhance our natural environment in the interest of future generations. Councillor Plitt has claimed the flood defences need to be built and the land needs to be decontaminated. That will involve land reclamations. There's no way around it. The RSPB and the Wildlife Trust have demonstrated a plan which meets the Council's goal for housing and development while safeguarding the sites protected for nature conservation and requiring no ecosystem destroying land reclamation. It's depressing but accurate that this government has launched a barrage of criticism at wildlife charities for sticking up for the protections that defend nature and climate. These are not partisan issues, and being pro-nature is not anti-growth. So let's all come together and, in the words of Councillor Steve Pitt, make a grown-up decision to move forward. Let us all join together in opposing any new building at Tipner, which may have an impact on Portsmouth Harbour, will have an impact on Portsmouth Harbour and the biodiversity of our island city.
Thank you, Mr McCulloch. Can I now ask Ms Debbie Tan, Chief Executive of Hampshire and Isle of Wight Trust, to make your deputation on item 9. You have 4 minutes and the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again when your time is ended. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Debbie Tan. I'm the Chief Executive of the Wildlife Trust. This is the second time the Trust has come to give a deputation, something that is only happening because of the extremely worrying nature of this nationally significant precedent-setting planning decision before us. I just want to remind the Council of the value of the site itself, ably described by my colleague here, Tracy, who I've never met, by the way. It is an internationally important site, so that does mean that it's not just locally important, but it's internationally important. And it's not just here in Portsmouth, it's the context of the functioning of the whole of the suite of sites right across the harbour that are at threat here. And as such, it should automatically be a no-go area for development. I also just want to remind the Council of the sustained public opposition to the destruction of protected habitats here and elsewhere. We had, as you know, 24,000 people sign a petition and over 9,000 people, including thousands of local residents, rejecting your plans in the local plan consultation. Recently, the Wildlife Trust and the RSPB have come together to show the government the public strength of care about the natural environment, and together we have millions of members. Public concern for nature is growing all of the time, as people know now that we cannot keep destroying nature in the name of growth. National media attention and news coverage was significant last time and could be again. I just want to also point out that we've been clear and consistent about our red lines from the start. We've also been incredibly accommodating. We've worked constructively with all parties to help find a solution, and we do understand and recognise the constraints that the City Council faces. And what we've done is we've shown councillors what a design could look like that doesn't cross our fundamental red lines. So on to the details of your principles. We are clear that you can make the two amendments that we are proposing without compromising the city deal. The current wording of Development Principle 3 should be amended to say that not just to protect land south of the firing range, but to avoid any loss of statutorily protected wildlife sites for the purpose of increasing the development area. That includes the land south of the firing range and the intertidal mudflats. Likewise, Principle 9 should not just minimise, but it must avoid any land reclamation for the purpose of increasing the development area. It is a red herring to confuse this point by saying that flood defences would require land reclamation, since development for that purpose is not precedent-setting, but trying to increase the development footprint to make space for housing is. We need this firmly off the table. My final point is that there is no more compromise to be found on our side. We've worked hard to try and help the Council find a solution. If the Council persists on trying to build on protected land or sea, we will be forced to oppose it again in the strongest possible way and make this a national issue once again. We urge you to choose a way forward that doesn't cross our red lines for nature, so that we can all avoid yet more delay and more challenge and more cost. Don't be the Council that sets a damaging national precedent of trashing our most important sites, but instead be the Council that shows that sustainable development can be possible, that safeguards nature and protects our economy at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Tan. Can I now ask Mr Jeff Hector to make your deputation on item 9? You have 4 minutes, and the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank members of the committee for this opportunity to speak before you on this very important issue. A bit about myself. My name is Geoffrey Hector, and I've lived in Tipner for over 25 years. I am speaking on behalf of a number of local residents at this meeting today. Now the Super Peninsula Lennox Point has been ruled out, there are still some very damaging options on the table. Land reclamation is still a threat and will have a disastrous impact on species, habitat and ecosystems at Tipner and within the Portsmouth Harbour area. Land reclamation would also affect the ability of eliminating carbon capture and speed up climate change. Portsmouth City Council are currently using phrases like minimising land reclamation and giving local people no reassurance that extensive land reclamation is still being proposed. It seems to be giving developers the discretion to decide how much land reclamation they choose to carry out, which is completely unacceptable. Local residents still have no commitments from Portsmouth City Council about avoiding building on the Tipner SSSI, with phrases like prioritising the protection of the SSI and the land to the south, and no firm guarantees for this protected habitat. It appears financial calculations and funding gaps are now the reasoning for pushing land reclamation and maximising development at Tipner West. I am sure that developing countries all around the globe could also make similar claims that by destroying rainforests and grassland and wetlands and oceans would have financial and economic benefits. We need sustainable solutions which protect against habitat destruction and provide future generations with the opportunity to enjoy open spaces and access to wildlife and to flourish. I would like to ask councillors to carefully consider any proposed developments at Tipner West and put the protection of wildlife habitat and the SSI at Tipner West at the forefront and heart of any planning decision. This decision must not be treated as an inconvenient side issue where a small scrap of compromise is being thrown to local people and where significant land reclamation is still firmly on the table. It is critical for the people of Portsmouth to get this decision right. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Hector. Can I now ask Ms. Maria Ogyegbili to make your deputation on item 13C. You have 6 minutes and the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to come and deputize on the topic, tackling child poverty during the cost of living crisis. I am speaking, my name is Maria Ogyegbili. I'm speaking from the knowledge of a parent who lives in the Portsmouth area. I have 4 children who went through school and needed to buy branded school uniforms. It was not easy on the family financially, and on many occasions I had to resort to the use of my credit cards to meet this unavoidable expense. As a parent, purchasing branded uniforms was an added expense and pressure. Knowing that I could purchase similar unbranded materials for cheaper costs in local stores. Although sometimes it is possible to get used uniforms from schools for a cheaper amount, most children do not want to wear clothing material that has been used by other children, and the children would mount pressure on their parents to buy new ones for them. And on many occasions, there are not the correct sizes in these school stores to purchase the correct sizes for the children who needed them. Most parents already have enough financial demand on their income. For example, paying house rent, which is ever increasing, utility bills, which have increased significantly in recent times, and providing daily food and nutrition for these young people. You would agree with me that where there is so much or too much demand on the limited income, some of these necessities would have to give way. In the light of the above, I would strongly like to support the proposed motion on tackling child poverty made by Councillor Yinka and suggest that the schools in Portsmouth still using branded uniforms should provide cheaper alternatives, or that the school permits parents to buy unbranded uniforms from the supermarket and provide the logo for parents to attach to these uniforms. Finally, I support that the threshold for qualifying for school meals be raised so that more children can partake in free school meals, which will subsequently be a great relief for parents who are already struggling with work poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ogyegbili. Can I ask now all those who have made deputations to retire to the above gallery if you wish to watch proceedings? Thank you.
That brings us to the end of deputations for this meeting. Councillor Rob New, you have arrived. Have you anything to declare?
To record my apologies for being late, and I have nothing to declare.
Thank you. He will need special permission if he is going to speak. Item 5 on the agenda, public questions. There are none for this meeting. 6, appointments. As detailed on your green sheet, it is proposed that Councillor Holder replace Councillor Jeffrey as a standing deputy on the Planning Committee. Is that agreed? Thank you. Urgent business. I have not been notified of any urgent business for this meeting under this item. Recommendation. Item 8. Recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 26th of July on Treasury Management Outturn Report 2021-2022. Members, we have a noting recommendation from the Cabinet meeting on the 26th of July concerning Treasury Management Outturn Report 2021-22, which has previously been circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 100, Treasury Management Outturn Report 2021-22. That appears to be agreed. Right. Secondly, item 9, recommendation from the special Cabinet meeting held on the 8th of September concerning Tipner West and Horsey Island East regeneration. Members, we have a recommendation from the Cabinet meeting on the 8th of September concerning the Tipner West Horsey Island East regeneration, which has been circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 104 concerning Tipner West and Horsey Island East regeneration. As there is no objection to minute 100...
There is an objection, yeah.
Yes, there was.
Yeah, he did say that.
Yep, I heard you. I don't... Thank you, Councillor Corkery. As there is no objection to minute 104, I now call for a proposer and seconder to the recommendation. Can I remind members details of any amendments are to be given to me in writing before the commencement of debate? Right. I call upon the Leader of Council, Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson, to propose the minute.
Mayor, the land at the entrance to the city at Tipner has been derelict for many years. The City Council seems to start looking at this for development in the 1950s. In 2014, the City Council signed an agreement with the government to develop this as part of the city deal. Under Donna Jones's leadership of this council, the idea came to reclaim land so that any development would be better for the people who were going to live there. In the light of the lack of opposition, representatives at multiple opposition representations at multiple decision points after 2018, we continue to pursue this option. But there were subsequently more concerns raised about the environmental impact of doing land reclamation, and it's right that we've paused to take time to look at this again. There are three basic things that occur to me about any development at Tipner. The first is that there will be an environmental impact to any option, including doing nothing. If we do nothing, then the sea defences will fail, the land at Tipner West will flood with seawater, and eventually existing homes to the east of the motorway will flood. Even if we do the minimum of just repairing the sea defences, this will mean dredging and disturbance to the environment. So there's no option where there is no change and no impact on the environment. Secondly, the cost of this project is eye-watering. All political parties in the city have come down to a preference for the City Deal project. But this means finding £5 million of ongoing cuts, and no one wants to cut vital council services and to sack council employees because we're trying to make this project work. We have to come to a conclusion today to limit the financial pressure on the council, but also to allow the local plan to be completed and come back here for ratification. Thirdly, this is going to be a project that takes many years to build out. People from all the groups on the council are likely to be part of administrations over the next 20 plus years that this will take to be delivered. We therefore all have an interest in making this work. Here can I record my thanks to Steve Pitt for the work he has put into this. All the four original options that were presented to us all had significant problems. My thanks to Steve for thinking outside the box and coming up with a set of principles that allow the project to go forward in a way that does not over-constrain the council and produces the opportunity for us to work collectively, cross-party, to produce a proposal we can all support. I'm pleased that this proposal removes the idea of the Super Peninsula. Lennox Point is no more. I'm pleased that this proposal protects the environmentally sensitive Ramsar site to the south of the firing range from development. I'm pleased that this proposal will create thousands of jobs for local people and will create more affordable homes for local families. I'm pleased that this does so in a financially responsible way, and I'm happy to commend this report to the City Council so that work can continue to get this derelict area converted into an attractive area of jobs, homes and a great gateway into the city. I'm happy to move the report.
Is that seconded?
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pitt. The matter is now open for members to debate.
There are no amendments, Lord Mayor.
I'm told there were no amendments have been received.
So Councillor Corkery normally starts as he objects.
Yes. Councillor Corkery?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I think it's worth starting just by reflecting briefly on how we've got here over recent years. I know the administration have just presented an argument that said that at the time they came back into power, there were no objections, or there were limited objections to the proposed development or to the proposed Super Peninsula. Now, I don't personally think that's correct. I did go back earlier to look online at the records, and I know, for example, people like the Hampshire and Isle of Wildlife Trust have been publicly campaigning on this since at least 2019. So they will have presumably been aware of those objections and taken them into account as part of their decision-making process when they decided to progress those Super Peninsula plans. Then comes along the Cabinet report in, I think, late 2020, I think it was November from memory, and that Cabinet report is the one that decided to progress the Super Peninsula and spend millions of pounds on pushing forward that proposal. Then full council last year, again I think it was November 21, where the Labour group put forward the motion asking for the administration to pause and rethink the project in respect of the objections that had been made very publicly by the environmental campaign groups and local residents, as we've heard here today. Since then, not immediately it has to be said, but then in the lead up to local elections this year, there was a cross-party group set up to look at the local plan, because we were told at that time that the main rationale, the real reason for pushing forward the Super Peninsula at Tipner is the imperative to meet government housing targets. So therefore we need to look at the local plan, look at the figures within that. And we met, I think, fortnightly, if not weekly. There was certainly a lot of meetings where we went through kind of line by line the local plan. Now what I will say is that those meetings, as interesting as they were very much coming at it from a planning perspective. There was minimal, if any, input from the council as developer. It was about what the council as planning authority was going to put into the local plan. Now, as I say, those discussions focus very much on housing targets, and we were told this is the reason we're doing this, we've got no other option, we've got to meet these government housing targets. Now, one of the most interesting things I think about this report we've got today is 11,500 words. Do you know how many times housing targets are mentioned within it? A passing reference once. So housing targets no longer seem to be the big issue, despite us being led to believe they were the primary issue that this had been pushed forward previously. Now it's all about viability and the finances. So it seems to me there's a different reason at a different point in time, but all of which push us towards an outcome which results in land reclamation. I think in general, before getting to the kind of detail of this, our perspective on this is that the Cabinet have had responsibility and oversight for this project over a number of years, and it's been mismanaged and overspent. There's been a failure of political leadership to ensure buy-in to a project of this size, this complexity and this controversy. And I know I've said this a number of times and I'll keep saying it again. In a council with this political makeup where there is no overall control, it's incumbent on the council leadership to bring people with you. And where there are projects like this, from day one, you need to be engaging in a cross-party and a cross-city way, in a way that is meaningful and ensure that people's voices are heard, so that we avoid situations like this, where we end up with £18 million of taxpayer money sunk into a project that will no longer be taken forward, and significant uncertainty about exactly how much of that will have to be eventually written off. Imagine the difference those missing millions could have made to frontline council services. I think it's important that we do reflect quite seriously on the environmental red lines that are being proposed by the campaigning organisations. I'm particularly concerned about this idea that if pushed ahead, the land reclamation at Tipner would create a Tipner precedent, where the highest environmental protections are overridden for the purpose of building housing, something which has not happened ever in the UK before, as I understand it. Do we really want to become known as the city that led the way on allowing to developers to profiteer from sites of special scientific interest and special protection areas? Listening to groups such as the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust and the RSPB who tell us this project and the potential damage to the environment is an issue of national concern. The principles proposed in the report before us will result, I believe, in Lennox Point by another name. I know the phrasing used is around minimising land reclamation, but what I believe will happen is that they will go away and brought back to us at some point in the future with a proposal that is land reclamation. I know that the term moderate land reclamation has been bandied about, which clearly is Lennox Point by another name. It might be slightly smaller in scale, but it still entails a lot of the environmental damage that was concerned with the original project. So what kind of project do we want? What kind of development do we want as a Labour group? We want to see the regeneration of Tipner, which places local people and the environment at its heart. There is a real danger with these kind of large-scale developments delivered by the market that it is profit which becomes the determining factor in what is built and for whom. That means minimal affordable housing, which is in fact not even affordable for local people. It means minimum space standards, so that people are crammed in like sardines. It means minimum environmental standards, so developers' profit margins are not risked by such trivial considerations as the future of our planet. One particular option that we are keen to explore, and I think hasn't been explored to my mind, or certainly no evidence has been provided of that to date, is the council leading the development itself. At the moment, what's being proposed is that the council prepares the lands and hands over the nice new, freshly to be developed site to a private developer to go and make their millions of pounds in profit, while the taxpayers paid for the infrastructure and preparation costs. We've continually asked the question, what does it look like for this peer council-led development? And been told, no, it's not possible, no, it's not viable. No figures, no evidence has ever been provided to any of the working group meetings that I've attended to that extent. So this is not the report we've brought forward, and I'll just finish here, Lord Mayor. We believe there's incomplete information within it. What happens to the abortive costs and the viability gap of what now appears to be the preferred option, this so-called moderate land reclamation? The report says those figures haven't yet been done. So what happens if they're done next month or in 3 months, and there's a £5 million pound black hole? What happens then? It's unclear what the conclusions are. The proposed principles are unclear, but I believe do lead in a certain direction. And what are the alternatives, for example, council-led development? We do not feel we can support these Cabinet recommendations for the reasons just given. We do recognise the risk and cost of this report falling today. While we may not fully accept the advice given regarding the financial consequences of this, we do have a duty to act responsibly to the advice provided to us and not be part of plunging the council into crisis over this issue. Ultimately, we are where we are, and the administration must take responsibility for that. As a Labour group, we will continue to do all we can to ensure a development at Tipner which puts people and the planet before private profit.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. Councillor Hunt.
I must admit, Lord Mayor, I thought there'd be a queue of people wanting to speak. For a matter of accuracy, Councillor Corkery, there was objection at the Cabinet meeting about when we were talking about Langs Point, and that was me. I did object. There was no Labour councillor, there was no Green representative, there was no Conservative person. I don't even remember, I take it at face value what you say about the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Trust, but the only person who objected to Leonard's Point back then was me. And then the path is subsequently is clear. Today, Lord Mayor, this council is set to make important decisions to ensure Portsmouth's growth, bring jobs to our city and create sustainable housing, affordable housing. At the same time, protect and enhance the Triple SI around Tipner West and the Ramsar site to the south. As one of the ward councillors for the area, on behalf of residents, despite some of the things that you've heard, it is vital to ensure sea defences are built to protect hundreds of homes and businesses across Tipner, Stamshaw and towards Hilsey from flooding as sea levels rise. The Chief Executive has been explicit in his advice to members that the do nothing or do minimum and city deal options pose significant financial risks to council taxpayers. He says the council, but it's council taxpayers who foot the bill. And I'm not going to vote to impose significant cuts on local people that cost about £3 or £4 million a year over the next 10 to 15 years on top of what's going to come from central government. We've already heard about £18 billion worth of cuts coming down from government. I'm not going to decimate local services on some anvil of political ideology. If members are even tempted to pause again with no way forward, this, as the Chief Executive says, is not a neutral position. It will create cost to the council taxpayers over 15 years, possibly up to £50 million. The Chief Executive Officer reminds us of Portsmouth's adopted policy to hold the line. We're all signed up to that, meaning defending all of the land against the sea, including Tipner West. And he says, without a positive decision today, that has a price tag of £30 million, which at the moment is unfunded. Any member here today who seeks to vote against or abstain, or who seeks to pause or delay this matter any further, will impose on Portsmouth ratepayers a huge financial burden, a massive financial burden. The building of the sea defences must happen to protect all of those homes and businesses. Within the Cabinet report we see a net biodiversity gain of 10% at least. The land will be cleaned of poisonous chemicals and those chemicals and poisons will be prevented from leaching into Portsmouth Harbour. We will protect and enhance the Ramsar. Members, there can be no more delays. We must get on, and we must have a unified and positive decision today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I have Councillor Madden next.
Likely I thought people would be queuing up, Lord Mayor. I also represent Nelson Ward, as Lee does, which of course is where Tipner is. But of course I recognise, as he does, that it's not just a Nelson Ward issue, it's a citywide issue. Indeed, it's a regional issue. And it's very important that the site is developed in some way or other. Now, I came here today under the impression, and maybe I do live in this parallel universe, Lord Mayor, but that in fact the option A, which is the significant land reclamation, and option B, the due minimum, has actually been kicked off the agenda. That's in the long grass somewhere. So we are looking at the two other options, as far as I'm concerned, Lord Mayor, and that's my reading of the report today. And could I thank officers and thank the Cabinet for this report? It adds some things to previous reports. We've cut down lots of trees in order to do it, but nevertheless, it's got to be welcomed. And clearly with the development of this stage, and Jerry, it's mentioned in the report, and Gerald is quite right, it's derelict land there, right? We have to do something about it, and I take it that the Labour Party has no objection to doing that. In fact, it was the Labour Party, maybe 25, 30 years ago, since I was in it, actually started trying to do things in relation to Tipner, having recognised the need for people. We didn't have the population then, Lord Mayor, that we have now. We didn't have people seeking jobs and professional jobs that we're looking to, the skills that we hope to develop in Tipner then. Now, I just remember, can I just say that what all the options require? And all the options require extra funding. Now, that's been said by both Lee and Gerald, and all the details are there. And have a look, if members haven't had a chance to do it, at the report itself, and in part 2, it's set out quite specifically. Whatever option is, taxpayers are going to have to fund it. Yeah. And there's no getting away from that. In the more delays that we have in it, the more the taxpayers are going to have to fund it. So that is a serious issue for the people of Portsmouth itself. It also requires, any decision we take requires the approval of the Secretary of State. You know what, I have to say this may not be easy. Some 25, 26 years ago, I led a few people up to see a minister. But we were looking at some reclamation, I can't remember all the details, Lord Mayor, of Tipner. And this is when there were still employment opportunities on the site. But we were looking to the future to make sure that we would have some plan. Part of it was the reclamation. We went in, I think it was a bloke, it was a Conservative government, and it was a bloke, I think, called Jones. And he said, I'm not taking all the RSPB. I'm not taking that. Do you know how many members they've got, right? And we talked about employment opportunities and the rest of it. Now, things will have changed. There may be no mention of a housing target, but it's there. And it wasn't the Conservative government that started this, it was the Labour government who started putting in housing targets, and all we've seen is them rise and rise and rise over the years. So it's there. And people in Portsmouth, the waiting list, 2,300 and something? People do need houses in Portsmouth. People want to live in Portsmouth. I can because I want to live in Portsmouth. I was here at the time. So, can I just respond quickly to some of the delegations that were made today? Somebody said, Debbie Town said, you cannot keep on destroying nature. Oh, that's right, you can't. But we're not doing that. The proposals here aren't doing that. They're working with nature. And they have, whether we have compensation or whatever, right? We've got to give this a chance. We were also told that we were scaremongering. Well, I think the scaremongering are coming from some of those organisations that actually want nothing at all done in Tipner. And what is the point of building at sea level? Well, I'll answer that in a minute, right? So there is no guarantee that ministers will accept this. So that's a hurdle itself. And another hurdle, of course, and it's in the report, and I've mentioned it before, because There are all balances in this. And if you look at, I've got it here somewhere. Before I say that, having mentioned the RSPB and the Isle of Wight, and Isle of Wight Trust, Wildlife Trust, I think it's right that we are talking to people. It's right that people make objections. We have no problem with that. We've got democracy. But at some time, there's got to be a judgment made. And at some time, there's got to be a decision made. And that's something that this council of late has not been very good at, I have to say. I've been involved in this council for 30 years, and I have to say that when we came to the economic well-being of the city, you could not put a cigarette paper between any of the groups. Discussions around the edges, arguments about what should be done or not done, but nevertheless, people wanted to promote the people of Portsmouth, and I think that's right. Sea defences will have to be built anyway. That's quite clear from the report. They'll have to be done, so there's no point in running away from that either. The good Reverend this morning talked about, and it was a nice little phrase that he had, I think he said, visionaries of the past. Those were good words, and there have been many visionaries in this city council, and mainly the Conservative administration after the war and the things they have did, and the ferry port and Port Solent, they were here. But are they here now, Lord Mayor? I mean, I'm hoping that we'll see, and I think Reverend Mason will say the same thing, that there'll be current visionaries and there'll be visionaries for the future. When I was in primary school, Lord Mayor, and this just came to me when I was reading it, I thought somebody's going to object. Just let me finish, Lord Mayor. There was a children's song called Birds in the Wilderness. Does everyone remember that? Here we sit like birds in the wilderness, waiting for food or whatever, Lord Mayor. Let's stop sitting in the wilderness. Let's make a decision on behalf of the people of Portsmouth, and let's get some homes and job opportunities up there in Tipner. Thank you.
I'm tempted to ask Councillor Madden to sing. The next speaker is Councillor Matthew Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think I want to begin by just reiterating something that we heard from Councillor Corkery, which is why we are in this position. And it's an unenviable position. I understand why nobody wants to speak on this, because essentially we are presented with a choice between creating an apparent £30 million black hole in the council budget and approving a scheme that none of us like and doesn't meet our environmental obligations to nature and the city of Portsmouth, as far as I'm concerned. But we are in this position because of the indecision and incompetence of this Liberal Democrat administration. I take no responsibility today for the fact that I'm going to vote against this and the financial risks this creates, because I place that blame squarely at the door of Gerald Vernon Jackson, the leader of the council, and his cabinet. Because, frankly, we have a position where the two pieces of funding we cannot sustain are the £20 million, roughly, that has been spent to come up with no plan for the site. Today we have a list of 10 possible parameters which are vague, which are indefinite, which, as the member of the Chief Executive of the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust said, don't actually prevent land reclamation, which don't actually commit the council to any definite environmental protection. We have only these 10 vague parameters. We have nothing which is actually certain. We don't have a plan. And £20 million has been spent by the administration to achieve no plan. And second of all, we have a situation where Tipner is outside the flood defences that have been built around this city, and so there's a £30 million black hole to fund an extra flood defence system which the administration is hoping to plug by building houses which it will sell at a profit. The problem is, and we've heard repeatedly from members of the Liberal Democrat Party, that this is a piece of wasteland. The problem is it is not a piece of wasteland from an environmental point of view. If you go and you read the Solent Waders and Brent Goose strategy, published in 2020, you will find that this is described as a primary support site for the Brent Goose. It is a second-tier site below a core area. It is likely that building on this site will have an impact on the population of the Brent Goose, and certainly it has a good chance of having an impact on the population of the Brent goose that visits this city. Now, this area, the Solent, hosts 15% of the entire international population of this species every winter. We are talking about a project that could have a material impact on the survival of this species. There are very few species that anybody in Britain on an international level ever has the chance to actually affect. We have the chance today to affect whether or not this species is still alive in 20 or 30 years, and certainly whether or not it visits our city. Tipner West, because of its specific characteristics, and if you consult Table 3 of the Brent Goose strategy, you'll find that the most suitable sites are large, they're flat, they're coastal grasslands, they don't have buildings within 500 metres, and they are low-lying and close to the sea. They're regular square spaces, they're not disturbed by human activity on a regular basis. Actually, they're often playing fields, not used at quiet times during the winter. And this is one of the few sites in Portsmouth, and indeed the area, that meets those criteria, and it meets them incredibly well. And actually the part that meets them best is the range, not the Ramsar site. Though the Ramsar site, where we, Councillor Mason and I and other members of the Scrutiny Committee last year for Transport and Environment, we visited this site, and as we were leaving we saw a flock of Brent geese come, land on the water in the bay south of the site between the Tipner Range and Whale Island, wait for us to walk off the path, and then quietly move up onto the Ramsar site in the range to feed. It's a classic example of the type of site this shy bird chooses to use. And it falls right in the middle of the Solent. There are other sites in the city that do this, but this is one of their support feeding sites, supports part of the population of birds as they transit to and from different sides of the Solent. Now, obviously, we have more essential sites. Farthington Marsh is one of the most essential sites, a core area. Some of the playing fields elsewhere around the city, in Farthington and down in Milton, in Langston campus, have primary support site status as well. But Tipner Range is one of the major sites on the east of the island, the west of the island, and it's the only one that meets all those criteria. So it really is an important site, and I don't believe in the mitigation currently proposed. I'm sorry, I believe if we are adopting a strategy whereby we start land reclamation, we construct buildings on a substantial part of this, the disturbance will be sufficient that birds will stop visiting that site. And I don't really believe that a site miles away in the hillside, first of all, that doesn't meet many of the suitability requirements of this species, will actually compensate for its loss. And certainly in the meantime, there will be a decline in population, and certainly, in my opinion, a decline in the population actually visiting the city of Portsmouth for Portsmouth residents to see and enjoy. And I just believe we will be falling short in our international obligations if we choose to allow these 10 principles to move forward without any kind of definite exclusion of land reclamation, without any kind of proper guarantees about the environmental protection. You could ask me, why not amend it? It's not something that in opposition we are easily able to do, because we need to identify where the cost savings will come, and obviously that is something that the administration will have to deal with. And as I say, I take no responsibility for the financial situation this council is in as a result of this unenviable decision, because it is a result of spending, not to produce a plan, that we are in this situation. We have no plan. This council has spent £20 million. That is our financial black hole. It is not my responsibility. It is the responsibility of this cabinet, and the fact that they have been unable to produce a plan for this site, but have spent large sums of money. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. I have Councillor Scott Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think the intervention on Tipner has been significant, and it's been across the chamber with all political parties on what they think and feel should happen on the site. I think without that intervention on this project, I think we'd lack the considerable understanding that we all have now in the chamber, which I think is actually a good thing. I think for longer term, I think we all know what we want. I think the council is more informed, but we're more informed further down the line than we probably should have been. I think the information we've got now, we should have had much earlier. We've seen members of the public coming here today and telling us what they think should happen and would like to happen. We've heard the discussion around environmental protections from the deputations today, and also if you've heard today again, land reclamation is still a significant issue for a lot of people. It's still what I would call the main issue that is driving distress amongst residents and environmental groups. I think we have a set of principles that have come out in the report which I think have already been endorsed by this Cabinet already. And I'd like to think all members would actually agree that doing nothing is not an option on this site. We cannot sit back and allow nothing to happen. I think a financial black hole would be terrible for this council, and something needs to be developed at Tipner West. I think the biggest problem I have with this development is the engagement, or the lack of it, from the outset. I think that could have been much better. I think we should learn some lessons for the future. The reality is, though, this is no longer a decision based upon vision. This is now purely a financial decision. You know, it's become a financial decision. The stark nature of the report means members are being bounced into a financial decision due to the actual consequences of if we don't make one today. It's quite disastrous that this council has got itself into this position. I don't want to see this council go down the line of a Section 114 notice. That hasn't actually been referenced in this report. However, you know, it has been referenced in an email the Chief Exec sent to group leaders about potentially having to go cap in hand to the Department of Levelling Up Housing and Communities, you know, which, you know, slightly passively aggressively I might add, but it was sent to all group leaders. That's not been mentioned in this report, but that's the stark reality. That's where we are, you know. We've got to ask ourselves as a council what we can do better in the future to avoid getting ourselves in a similar position, but unfortunately, members, I think we are where we are with this, and that is the stark reality of where we are. I think the financial options on every single one does not stack up. They're all, quite frankly, they're all quite rubbish financially, in all honesty, and we're being asked to pick our poison. And whatever poison you're going to pick, none of us are going to like it. We're going to have to sit back and grin and bear it. And for me, that is the real disastrous place this council's got itself into. We are being asked to put ourselves into a financial position which is not sustainable long term, and for me that is not right.
Thank you, Councillor Peter Harris. Councillor Smythe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to build on the excellent speech that Councillor Cal Corkery gave from our group by just pointing out a couple of issues, supplementing a couple of the issues he raised. I must say, I think we're not birds in the wilderness. We certainly aren't. We're on the verge of making a decision that, in my mind, remains a fudge. And we talk about compromise, but I think there's a degree of fudginess here. Do you know, I was thinking, given the polls at the moment, it's almost as if you know that Labour are going to come into power and be left with this mess to sort out. And I think that we certainly weren't birds in the wilderness when we've had our discussion about this. We do think there should be some development. We do think that the industrial development is a good thing. This is a fine line. This isn't a, you know, top of the head for or against. But the sort of decisions that we are being asked to make and the sort of trust we're being asked to put in some of the wording of this remains of significant concern to us. Particularly bullet point 3, prioritise the protection of the land south of the firing range. It doesn't say avoid any damage to the land south of the firing range. That's a bottom line for us. Bullet point 9 says minimise land reclamation. Minimise, that's fudgy as well, isn't it? It could be a bit, it could be a bit more, it could be a bit more than that. And I was very buoyed up by the deputations we had, and thank you Tracy McCulloch, Debbie Tan, and thank you the Wildlife Trust and the RSPB that we have met recently on site, and thank you Jeff Hector. You've put your fingers on it. We have to be more sure that those red lines will not be crossed. We have to remember, and I think that we are being more responsible to warn you all and to join with others who seem to be agreeing with us and place on public record that this concern about the environment will not go away for us. If delay is a problem now, it's going to be much more of a problem in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. During that time we hope to be in control. It'll be much more of a problem. And I want to re-emphasise the fact that no money can outweigh the possibility of any administration deciding to destroy any of this unique ecosystem. You will never replace it. Of course, we're always going to have an effect on it. Wildlife exists alongside human beings, but to make this, put this at risk at this stage in this way, we think is a very, very bad thing. And the words in this do not comfort us enough. I certainly don't want to be anything to do with the council that creates the Portsmouth precedent which would allow this sort of thing to happen anywhere else in our country. We're very densely occupied and we must preserve important wildlife and ecosystems to the maximum possibly you can. And we know that's going to be a major compromise for everybody who's going to have faced expense, going to face difficulties, going to face changes to their lifestyles. We have a climate crisis, we have a wildlife and ecosystem crisis. It's not something that can be weighed in the balance against some of the other considerations we seem to be bringing to the fore. So we do have problems with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. I have Councillor George Madgett, please.
Thank you. I just want to call it what it is without a political spin, and that's it's absolute rubbish. Every option is rubbish. Well, the position we're in is rubbish. Everything about this is terrible. There's no good option, there's no good outcome, there's no possible positive spin. Nothing, it's rubbish. And I don't like the fact that Councillor Atkins said that he doesn't have any responsibility. We all have equal responsibility. I've only been in this council 18 months, along with Councillor Miller and Gerarda and Jeffrey, Holder, Brown. You know, we've come into this. And before we come into this was already a mess. You know, you guys collectively have asked the administration, as a minority administration, to go away and come back with a plan. They brought you a plan, you voted it down and asked them to do a new plan. Then you've asked them for a new plan, you voted it down and a new plan, new plan, new plan, new plan. This has cost the money, this has been wasted, and this is our fault as collective. We weren't here as a group then, but it is our fault collectively. We are the politicians, we are the people elected. It's our fault. We frustrated the process, and now we're in a rubbish situation because for years, politicians like us have been making rubbish decisions. There is no plausible outcome. In respects of people saying, well, you know, we could ask the numbers to drop, I was in a meeting along with Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Gerarda, Councillor Hunt, Vernon Jackson, and obviously officers, where we spoke to the Chief Planning Officer of England, and I asked the very, very blunt, simple question. Tell me, is there a way we can reduce these numbers? Factually, is there a way? And the basic blunt answer was no. Simple as that. No, we can't. They said that there is possible, plausible things that could be done in theory, but it's only ever happened, I think, and one of the officers may be able to answer this, they're allowed, but it's only happened in one council on a very, very small level. It's a bad situation. Nothing's easy, nothing's good, no decision we make today is going to be positive, but frustrating the process even more will be even more negative. As councillors, I'm sure we'll have a lot more time to scrutinise and to go through all the different things that they're going to put forward. I do actually agree with Councillor Corkery that I think we should look into internal development. I'm assuming there's lots of reasons why we can't, because let's face it, it is a massive thing, but I do think that should be looked into, because why not? However, what I will say is the one thing that makes me uncomfortable as a councillor, really does make me uncomfortable, and I'd love to see a show of hands of how many councillors in this room has been a director or owned a company that's produced 100, 300, 400 million pound development, because I certainly haven't. And we're sat here expected to vote on things and make decisions on things that, let's be quite frank, are beyond our comprehension or understanding. We have to take guidance from officers that we employ who are the top of their field, and this is the report and the plan they've come back with. So let's have a little faith in our officers. Let's push this through, let's allow it to happen, then let's do our job as politicians. Let's break it down, let's scrutinise it, and let's use the talent within our groups that know about certain sections of this, and let's scrutinise it properly, collectively, as a unit for the benefit of Portsmouth. Forget politics. Politics is crap in this situation. What do we want as a city? Think about it, forget party politics, and just vote what's best for the city. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madgett. I have Councillor Bosher, who is the last person currently on my list.
Last and least, or last but not least, Lord Mayor. I'll let others make that decision. I'm very minded of the conundrum that we actually have facing us today with regards to development over the city finances, and the city finances appear at this moment in time to be the important thing, because clearly the administration are going to have some serious budget considerations to come for next February, which would make next February a very interesting debate. But Lord Mayor, I'm sort of wondering what the Brent Goose has done to the Liberal Democrats to warrant all this, because I cut my political teeth back in the 1990s when they wanted to move Fratton Park to Farlington Marshes, and some people may remember that. Councillor Heaney's nodding away, he probably does. And the champions of destroying that Brent Geese habitat was Mike Hancock and the Liberal Democrats, and here we are again 30 years later. Let's try and take it out on the Brent Geese all over again. Certainly I'll be canvassing down at Farlington Marshes, because I think there could be some more votes for me down there, but certainly not for the Liberal Democrats. But the debate has been quite interesting, and I want to pick up on something that Councillor Corkery he's mentioned it in the working groups on a couple of occasions, and Councillor Madgwick has alluded to it as well, and that's some sort of in-house development. And I appreciate that you're a new councillor. There are some of us who've been around a little bit longer, but I'd sort of mention two words: Spinnaker Tower. We tried to build that in-house with Portsmouth Spinnaker Tower Limited, and I'm looking at Councillor Madden because he will probably remember this, and we were asking our engineers, I can't remember the gentleman's name for the life of me, I'm sure you will, Leo, that we were sort of asking to be a sort of an assistant city engineer in the morning and build us a tower in the afternoon, and that ended up in a political hot potato, and we ended up with a development and running over costs. So be very careful what you wish for if you want to start trying to build things in-house, because obviously there's lots of employment contributions and a variety of other things that would need to go with that particular aspect. Now, certainly from my aspect, I make it quite clear, the Super Peninsula development is not something I support. Neither is the do nothing, do minimum option. I don't support that for exactly the same reason. We need to actually protect it. But I find myself caught in the middle between the two particular developments, and I come back to the things that have been said time and time again as this debate has gone through, and that's around the 9 bullet points that we've actually got before us. Prioritise the protection of the land south of the firing range. That's, to me, and I will use Councillor Smythe's word, it's a fudge. It doesn't say rule out. It doesn't suggest that there's something might come back and actually be developed there. And the other one I have a big problem with is bullet point 9. Minimise land reclamation. Well, what does the word minimise actually mean? We've had presentations with officers, with maps where bits get added on all over the place, as I'm sure other groups have. It doesn't actually answer it. And when we challenged and says, what does minimise actually mean? Nobody's actually given us an answer. Minimise should probably say no land reclamation, in my opinion. But we are where we are, and I suspect this will probably go through. But Councillor Vernon Jackson, you're on notice that there are members of this council that are going to be watching very closely what your interpretations are of words like minimise going forward, because that is where people are absolutely interested in what the outcome is actually going to be. Now, there are no good options in this. Every one of them is a bad option, and my colleague here is a case of choosing your own poison, and I totally agree with that. There is no good option we actually have before us today. They're all unpleasant options with what we've actually got, but we've actually got to do something somehow, and no doubt this will actually come back. But I go back to perhaps two things that have come out of this, and this is more about the process rather than anything else. In the first instance, Gerald, your engagement with the opposition groups leading up to the notice of motion from Labour was dreadful. We had engagement with officers eventually on this, and it led to, I think there were a few officers that actually left the organisation, not necessarily on the back of our meeting, but they were astounded, and I actually had a written apology saying they apologised because they hadn't engaged with the Conservative group, despite us asking. There was no engagement. We then went into these cross-party working groups, and we spent the first 4 months of those, probably 5 months of those, with officers and yourself trying to justify, let's go down the Super Peninsula route. This is why we need to go down it. So we eventually, and the messages coming back from the other groups was, we don't want to explore that. The notice of motion made that abundantly clear that that's not where we wanted to be. So we probably could have been having this debate back in March. But here we are, over 6 months later, with more wasted time, because you are not leading your officers, Gerald. You are being led by your officers, and we are in the mess that we are today.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. I have Councillor Pitt.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. A few things to note. Just to reference back, one of the deputies did mention specifically that the council needs to challenge on housing numbers. Councillor Madrick is correct that the current situation we have was confirmed by the head planner for England, and that we have done all that we can at this stage in the local plan process. I must take exception with one point raised by the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust, who said they haven't changed their red lines. They actually have, certainly from an earlier meeting with me, and that's okay because that's allowed, but they have changed their position from where they were, and they're now drawing a red line over a smaller area than they were previously talking about. They've also said that they've presented viable proposals to the council, and I must make it absolutely clear to this council that that is not the case. We have some concept drawings and a line on a map. We do not have a viable proposal from the Wildlife Trust, and if you read the papers before you today, you will see that that is the case. That said, there was a recent contact from Sienna at the Wildlife Trust, I think a couple of days ago, might have been the back end of last week, saying that they want to have more dialogue with the council to understand the council's position and what we intend to do moving forward, and a further explanation of what the principles in the report talk about. We're very open to that discussion. We have been throughout. It was actually myself, before I was given an enforced year off from the council, that insisted that funding was made available directly to the Wildlife Trust to fund expert advice for them so that they could fully understand the implications of all of this, knowing that they're primarily a voluntary organisation and didn't have that resource available. So it's certainly no intention to exclude anyone who wishes to express concerns, quite rightly, about the environmental impact going forward and how it's dealt with. That must be an integral part of how we move forward from here. Couple of comments made by Councillor Corkery. £18 million sunk in. This is a development costing hundreds of millions of pounds, and it is inevitable that you sink tens of millions of pounds in to get that kind of development out. So it's absolutely disingenuous to say that money's being wasted. If you read the report, it is clear that there may be an element of aborted cost yet to be defined, but in order to explore a project on this scale and with this complexity, and most importantly, with this biodiversity complexity, you have to spend an awful lot of money making sure that you're not going to do harm. So it's completely disingenuous to pretend that instead you could use it for council services, when we all know, every single one of the 42 of us, that that was never on the cards. That's a quote for you, Josh, for the news. It is not the reality of the situation. So, Councillor Corkery, you also said that this will go away and be brought back to us. I refer you, and indeed all councillors here today, all members, please, 2.11 in the report. In order to support delivery of an option aligned with these principles, full council approves the continuation of a cross-party working group to help inform and respond to proposals as presented by the promoter team. That means that the decision we make here today, as members have quite rightly pointed out, is not an attractive decision that we have to make, and it's not where we want to be. And yes, this process has not been perfect and mistakes have been made. We have to work cross-party from here on in, because as Councillor Vernon Jackson said in his speech right at the very beginning of this debate, every one of the groups sat in this room right now will have skin in the game as part of a council administration in all likelihood over the next 20 years. It is in all of our interests to work together. Completely understand why it was felt the need from some people in the room to give a good kicking to the Lib Dems today, even though it wasn't necessarily based on fact. For example, the heart-wrenching appeals of Councillor Matthew Atkins talking about Brent geese landing in the water and walking onto the land at the south of Tipner, which is remarkable, Lord Mayor. I do wish he'd filmed it, because there's a fence in the way. So his recollection of that particular incident might just be slightly romanticised, Councillor Atkins. Oh, they then flew back. I understand the clarification. I know people want to make points. I know they want to score points. That's inevitable. But I would draw something to your attention to something, Councillor Atkins, that you said was very interesting. And that was that we also have the importance of Farlington Marshes. And you're absolutely right. And when Farlington Marsh's responsibility came into me as part of the Culture and Leisure portfolio in 2018, I was horrified to learn that the sea defences at Farlington were about to fail. And very interestingly, the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust took no view on that. They weren't campaigning to get resources to save the sea defences at Farlington. They were silent on it. They were happy for the sea to take back a significant part of that vital and important salt marsh. It is this council, working through Guy Mason and the Sea Defences team, who have gone to bat to try and get the funding to defend that important salt marsh. So let's look at the issue as a whole, but to pretend that land that's going to disappear underwater in a few years' time can just be left to be beautiful is a completely fake and false premise, and no one in this room should sign up to a fantasy. We have to protect the environment, we have to protect wildlife, we have to provide homes, and we have to provide land for jobs. Those are the four principles that will underpin these points that are in the report, and this is our cross-party work from here on in. I urge members to support it.
Councillor Vernon Jackson, it is to you to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I think we've had an interesting debate and there's been good points raised. And I'd like to see if I can address some of them in the summing up. I think the first point is whether the council will be the developer. As Councillor Boucher has said, we don't have the skills to be a builder of a development. But what we can do, because the proposal, as outlined by Councillor Corkery, won't happen. This is not about us preparing the land and then walking away. This is about the council working with a developer to try to make sure that whatever happens there meets our requirements. We've learned from what happened with City Centre North, where a private developer sat on land and didn't do anything. So we're not going to develop out City Centre North. We're not going to build the buildings, but what we will do is we will work with developers to try to make sure that what comes forward meets our needs and requirements, so that we will be at the table every step of the way through any development at Tipner. So this is not handing this over. This will be a development that we want to happen. Other points that have been raised, I think, have been fairly interesting and fairly good. The issue about the housing targets has been absolutely clear. We've sat with the chief planner for the country, as Penny Mordaunt asked us to do, and asked if we could reduce our housing target, and the answer is a clear and absolute no, if we want our plan to go through. We can do it if we want to throw our plan in the air and say yes to every developer, you can develop everywhere. But if actually we're trying to restrict development, you can't just pick and choose. So I think there are some reassurances that people will need. The report, I thought, was very, very clear. And in the principles, it sets out in 2.1, rules out the significant land reclamation, the original Lennox Point master plan. That's gone. But I think there are the 2 points that people have brought up and had concerns over, are points 3 and point 9. So prioritise the protection of the land south of the firing range. We can't write that there will be no development there because there's going to have to be sea defences there. So if we said there will be no development there, that includes sea defences. And that would just mean that that land, that Ramsar site, will be flooded by the sea, and therefore it won't be the protected environment that it is now. If there's a way in which we could tighten that up to reassure people, I'm very happy to look at that. But nobody's come to talk to me about that. Nobody sent me an email about that. Nobody said that wording is wrong, can you make it different? The first I've ever heard of it, after months of debate, is in this chamber today. That's not the way to be able to get changes like that. The second one is minimising land reclamation. Again, if we're going to be in charge of this proposal, then this is in our hands to decide. And that's everybody here. Nobody has come up with a different wording to me that you would make people happier. I think minimising land reclamation is pretty clear. It's pretty simple. But if there was a different way of saying it, come and talk to me about it. But nobody has. Nobody's bothered. So I'm really disappointed by that. I'm also disappointed that we've got some people here, Councillor Smythe and Councillor Atkins, who are saying to us, the money's not important. £5 million of cuts and people being sacked is a price worth paying. Now, I don't agree. It's a valid thing to say. So I wrote your words down, Judith. Where is it? No money should stand in the way of this. So, my Lord Mayor, I think we have to try to balance lots of different priorities here. I think we have some derelict land that needs to be looked after. We've got to protect people from flooding. We've got to make sure that the council does not blow money.
I have a point.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Smythe, I assume this is 39A or 39B?
Yes, it is, Chair.
Which one?
B.
B.
It's B.
Point of order is that he took me out of context. I said no amount of money outweighs the possibility of any damage to the environment to destroy a unique ecosystem. Of course I think money is important, and of course I think we are all facing a very difficult choice. But don't take people out of context, please. That was my point of order.
Thank you, my Lord.
Councillor Atkins, this 39B?
Yes, also clarifying something in my earlier speech which has been misrepresented, which I gave an introduction. The introduction was about how horrible a mess the finances of this whole situation were and how bad that was for the council. I noticed the leader doesn't have a quote from me to back up his completely erroneous statement that I said I didn't care about the finances, so I would like him to apologise, thank you, Lord Mayor, for misrepresenting me.
Thank you, my Lord. I think Councillor Atkins indicated he was going to vote against and therefore be imposing large costs on the council. My Lord Mayor, I think the important bit, my Lord Mayor, and maybe I will absolutely apologise to Councillor Atkins as long as if he's going to vote to support this, and I absolutely will be clear on that.
Councillor Vernon Jackson, will you speak to the chair?
Sorry, my Lord Mayor, I'll be very happy if Councillor Atkins does support this, and I'll apologise for misunderstanding him on that. So, my Lord Mayor, thank you very much for Councillor Smythe for clarifying it. I think that makes her position and my position absolutely clear that I was correct in what I was saying. So my thanks to you for reading that out. So my Lord Mayor, I think it's really important that we come to a conclusion on this. Delaying it yet again will not be the right thing to do. We need to provide something that says we're going to protect the land, we're going to protect the people who live there, we're going to have development on derelict land as we have got a contract with the government. As we have spent money on this, absolutely. But we've spent money that's been given to us by the government to get a development to happen. Not one penny that has been spent on this could have been spent on any other council business, because this was money given to the council specifically to do this development. So saying that somehow this money could go on to something else is completely erroneous and has not one shred of evidence to support it. My Lord Mayor, We've got to make sure that we run this council financially competently. I'm really pleased that over the years this has happened in Portsmouth and that we have managed to run the council's finances well. I hope members will not go down the road of voting for large cuts in services we provide to local people and large amounts of redundancies. I hope that we'll look forward and get some development here, something that people have been looking at for over 70 years. My Lord Mayor, I'm happy to commend the report.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne-Jackson. We will now go to the vote.
We need 8 people, Lord Mayor. 8 people standing.
Will people stand if they want a recorded vote? There will be a recorded vote. Will those in favour please stand?
Okay. Counting the Lord Mayor, starting off with as standing. So members sit once their name's called, please. Councillor Holder, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Brian Madwick, Councillor George Madwick, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Brown, Councillor Zackerley, Councillor Madden, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Kadir, Councillor Barrett, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Vernon-Jackson, Councillor Sanders.
Those who are against, please stand.
Okay. Councillor Atkins, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Smith, Councillor Symes.
Those who are abstaining, please stand. Please do not interrupt at this point, Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Councillor Shah, Councillor Mellor, Councillor Adeniran, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Gerarda, Councillor Corkery, Councillor Coles, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Brent, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Norton, Councillor Weems, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Gemma New, Councillor Gosling, Councillor Swan, and Councillor Simpson. We'll just do the tally for you, Lord Mayor.
Okay. There voted 18 members for the proposition, 4 against the proposition, and 19 abstentions.
That's carried.
The motion is therefore carried. Thank you.
Thank
you. Members, we now move on to the next item of business brought forward from the Cabinet, which is that of civic office sustainability. Members, a recommendation from the Cabinet meeting which met on the 27th of September concerning civic office sustainability has been previously circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 111, Civic Offices Sustainability. I believe that you are you questioning or objecting?
To object to speak, but actually I've got a question of clarification on it as such, so I don't think it warrants necessarily, unless it has to be moved.
We can take a question on clarification. It's permitted under Standing Order 28.
Thank you very much. Are you objecting as well?
If there was
Oh,
no...
hold on a minute. Sorry, Lord Mayor. Are
Right.
you objecting because you want to speak to it? Right, it's an objection, Lord Mayor.
The correct order is that we will first of all ask for the motion to be moved because it is going to be objected to. Then we will move to the question. Then we will move to the objector. So, can I have a proposer for a seconder for...
I think the leader needs to...
Sorry?
It's the leader doing it.
Leader?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Happy to propose this and happy questions to be answered. I'm sure Councillor Atwell will be able to answer them very well on the basis this became a report from a cross-party group.
Is that proposal seconded?
Seconded.
It is seconded. Right. In which case we move to Councillor Bosher for Councillor Bosher's question.
On the council leader to have a little snipe about something, haven't you, Lord Mayor? My question is essentially for the city solicitor in this particular instance, so you can stand easy, Councillor Atwell. And it is essentially a question of processes as much as anything else, because this item is for information only, therefore there is no decision being taken against it. And yet, being a pedant, if you look in 6, next steps, 6.1, the COMWG, whatever that acronym is for, request full council commit to supporting the continuation of the working group to progress work as outlined in 5.2, etc., etc. My sort of question is, if this is a noting report that doesn't require a decision, we actually have a step here that's asking full council to commit to supporting. So it's asking full council to make a decision. Do perhaps have the clarity in that? So on the one hand, we can't have a noting report and asking full council to make a decision because we can't make a decision because it's a noting report. Perhaps I can have some clarification.
I think this is beyond my pay scale, and I need to turn to the gentleman on my right, who is the city solicitor, to give you an answer.
I'm going to try and give you an answer that makes some sort of sense, but there you go. The starting point is obviously it's an information-only report. That's the starting point. The second point is you have a motion that's been moved and seconded, so you're in the room with that. The reality is, though, it's not actually asking you to do very much beyond note the note and continue to note for another day. So that's where you really are, Councillor Bosher. So it's before the floor, so to speak. But it isn't asking you to do anything terribly exciting.
Councillor Ryan Brandt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm very pleased that the notice of motion that I brought forward has sort of been a catalyst behind the working group, and actually between my notice of motion and now there have been 4 meetings of the working group. This is just me putting my opinion forward and potentially allowing other members to join a debate if necessary. So there's 3 options presented to us, I believe, or to the working group, which will come back to us. But I'm just concerned, really, especially considering what the council leader has said about being financially responsible, that one of the options on the table is the most costly and the least effective. So really, and this decision can't be made in this chamber, but my comment to the chair, which is Councillor Chris Atwell, would be to maintain the building off of the table as an option and just take that back to the working group. I think all of us are under the same agreement that actually the civic offices isn't fit for purpose, as the debate showed, and by removing that option when it comes back, which I'm quite happy that is going to be coming back in March, which will be enough time, but will help us make a robust decision then. So I just think that's the wisest thing to do. Thank you, Chair.
I think, Councillor Atwell, you seem to be indicating... yes, you've got your light on. Councillor Atwell, please.
It's a loose connection, my Lord Mayor. The microphone, not me. Yes, no, of course. I think that's sensible. We'll do that. Okay.
I don't think it cannot be an amendment.
It's an undertaking.
It is an assurance to you. Will someone please sum up? And I think it ought to be the Leader of Council.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. It's an interesting debate as always. Actually, I think it's we are in an interesting place because I think everybody's in agreement that those hideous offices on the other side of the square need to go. Offices. So I think everybody's in agreement that they really are not fit for purpose. We need to find a much smaller location for the council to operate out of in a much more modern way. Those offices were built before the computer was really popular at all, and the way in which they operate, being a place with black glass and no air conditioning and no ability to open the windows, is not a way you design a building now. So I commend Councillor Atwell and his team to come up with something, and I don't think anybody will want to continue with the civic offices as the place where we are located. Partly because they're terrible, but partly because if we're having any hope of being able to hit our carbon neutral position for 2030, we cannot be in that building.
Thank you. We now move to the vote to note. Those in favour of noting, please. Yes. Those in favour of noting, please indicate. Any to the contrary, please indicate. Anybody abstaining? Good. Carried unanimously. 11. Recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 27th of September on, quote, making, unquote, the Milton Neighbourhood Plan. Members, a recommendation from the Cabinet meeting which met on the 27th of September concerning making the Milton Neighbourhood Plan has been previously circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 112, making the Milton Neighbourhood Plan. I have an objection from Councillor Barrett. Thank you. Right.
We need someone to propose that then.
Can I have a proposer for the acceptance of the minute?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I know my fellow councillor Kimberly Barrett is objecting so that we can record our thanks to the people, the Milton Neighbourhood Neighbourhood Plan Group, who spent 7 years working so hard on this as a group of volunteers. So it will help support us as Milton councillors and councillors for Greater Milton as it crosses the ward boundary. But it's a really good thing, and it's great to see it happen, and I would recommend it to other parts of the city to do something similar.
Is that seconded?
Yes, it is, my Lord.
It is seconded, but you're an objector, you can't second. It is seconded by Councillor Hunt. It is seconded by Councillor Hunt. Do any members wish to speak? Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I just really wanted to echo what Councillor Vernon Jackson has said, and that's the reason why I wanted to object. It's always nice to be able to thank the members of your community for really taking the time to put all this effort in. I remember sitting around a table over 7 years ago and us talking about this, so the fact that it's now sat here for you all to look at, for it to go alongside the local plan, is such an achievement, not just for the residents, not just for for the forum who did this, because I think it's really important that we remember that these residents who've done this, they've done this in their own time, out of their own effort. It's, as I said in the Cabinet meeting before, it was blood, sweat, tears and sanity quite often and quite frequently that went into this. And I am just so proud that this is sat before us today. And I think we should really thank the neighbourhood planning team, in particular the glue that held it together, which is Rod, Paddy, Paul and Ian, who have stuck through it thick and thin. So I just wanted to thank everybody who's been involved. It can be done. It's difficult, but it can be done. So if any other residents across the city want to look into doing this, then I would implore you to go talk to Rod and the planning team, because it is possible. It does take time, like I've said, but it is possible. And I'm really proud that Milton has the first neighbourhood plan in the city. And as I said, I would encourage other people to maybe look into it if they do want to have a bit more of a say in their area. So thank you very much. And thank you also to everyone who went out and voted in a referendum in the middle of summer holidays. It was a real heartwarming, it's got to say heartwarming that 88% of people went out and supported this plan. So thank you to everyone who took the time to look into it, who took part in it, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. I have Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and purely for completeness, so that nobody decides to stick on a leaflet at some point in the future, that whilst Councillor Vernon Jackson and Councillor Barrett spoke in support, that Councillor Pitt did not. Councillor Pitt does speak in support of it, for my Labour and Conservative colleagues in particular, and it was actually a real pleasure to be able to work with the neighbourhood planning team quite closely over the last few weeks in the build-up to the referendum, and just really feel their passion for this whole piece of work, which was enormous. So well done to them, huge congratulations, and many thanks for all the work they did over such a long time.
I now have Councillor Sanders indicating to speak.
You see, that's where you're wrong, Councillor Bosher. 2,000 residents of the neighbourhood plan do happen to live in the ward that's called Baffins, but you're absolutely right, they all think of themselves as Milton. But they will benefit from this scheme, and I have to say, this has been even longer than 7 years in the gestation. I remember Councillor Stagg referring to me about a meeting arranged by Penny Mordaunt, of all people, around neighbourhood plans. And it was from that meeting that this plan has come together. And I'm grateful to Penny and everyone else who turned up there, because it was certainly eye-opening for me. I've seen them able to work in other parts of the country. They are the thing that has made sure that places like St Ives, for instance, in Cornwall, actually have restrictions on second homes. And that's really, really good. And I think for Milton, it's able to provide a future that is sustainable. It's able to provide a future that is practical, focusing on community facilities, and I have to say it's a damn sight better than many other plans I've seen in a long while. It has been a long slog. I think that's fine, and I don't think the planning system has necessarily helped people who are being put forwards, but it gives key protections to green spaces, and I think the examiner's report has improved that, especially around St James's and also around Milton Common too. So this is to avoid any leaflets going out saying it's only councillors in the Milton side of Milton who back this plan. I know myself, Councillor Kadir and Councillor Stagg back this plan too, and we just want to make sure it happens, want to make sure it's implemented, because we all want a better Milton, greater or otherwise. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
No, I would ask the proposer to sum up. Leader?
I'm overwhelmed and pleased that everybody's in support.
Thank you. Those in favour of, we come to the vote, those in favour of the accepting the minute? Well, from where I can see, that is unanimous. Thank you. A recommendation from the Government's Audit and Standards Committee meeting held on the 29th of September on the review of polling districts and polling places. Members, a recommendation from the Governance and Audit and Standards Committee meeting on the 29th of September on the review of polling districts and polling places has been previously circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 40, review of polling districts and polling places. No one has indicated, therefore that is approved. Thank you. We have now been going exactly 2 hours. Do members want a 10-minute break? Well, those who want a 10-minute break, please indicate. I think that is a sufficient number. We will take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back to deal with the motions. Thank you very much. Please be seated, members. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
I was going to propose we move to next business.
Do we have a seconder for that?
Okay, should we call the item?
Well, I did say 10 minutes. Right. Hello there. Councillor Boscia. Thank you. Right, we're now moving to motions. Motion A is Motion A, shortage of dentists and NHS dental services in Portsmouth, proposed by Councillor Shah and seconded by Councillor Smythe. Councillor Shah?
I formally propose the motion, Lord Mayor.
Is it seconded? Councillor Smythe?
Seconded and reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you. Councillor Shah, will you please present and speak to your motion?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I begin by first saying what a privilege it is to give both my first speech at a full council meeting and to also present my first motion. The motion Labour has brought before full council today is a vital one. I doubt that there is any councillor in this chamber who does not know about the problems Portsmouth is facing in providing access to dentistry. Therefore, it is essential that we work together to do what we can to improve this situation. This motion intends to build upon work that has already been done by the city's 2 MPs and this council, and seeks to offer useful guidance to ensure that going forward the City Council takes a greater role in the next steps to be taken. The points within the motion are relatively self-explanatory, but I will just briefly go over them. Point 1 seeks to better publicize any action the council takes in this area. Point 2 links to the first point and is intended to see that there is action taken from the dental summit. Point 3, if implemented effectively, would enable members to receive regular updates on the work that is being done, something which would prove useful in formulating any future action. Point 4 seeks again to ensure that the work of the Dental Summit is turned into hard action. Point 5 is a common sense solution to try
why the mediums the Council has at its disposal to try and reduce demand on dentists. Point 6 is again a preventive rather than reactive approach. If we can help people's dental health through the water they use, then we should try to do so if possible. Point 7 highlights the fact that although Portsmouth is particularly bad for dentistry access, we are far from being alone in this issue. If we can work with neighbouring councils and MPs to pool together to share solutions and bargain for help from the government, then we absolutely should. Point 8 is not a report for the sake of paperwork. It seeks to produce an ambitious plan to work from in a reasonable time frame. Point 9 is an essential step. We need to keep pressure on the government in this area. We have to work with them and, if necessary, pester them into taking action in this area. After all, we can take plenty of action as a council, but at the end of the day, the solution to this problem must come from the government, who have the ultimate say on the NHS. In preparation for this meeting, as Labour councillors held stalls in our wards to seek the experiences and views of our residents, quite frankly, some of the Tories, I'm so sorry, slip of my tongue. Quite frankly, some of the stories they told me were shocking. Being deregistered was common. People left in great pain due to lack of access. Even emergency treatment has been difficult to get for some. I could go on, but quite frankly, I think we all know the issues here. And so I say, let's get on with doing something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shah, for your maiden speech. The matter is now before the Council for debate. I have Councillor Matthew Winnington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and congratulations, Asghar, on your maiden speech. And thank you both for bringing this matter to the attention of the Council. As we know, dental services in this city have been declining, especially for NHS dentists, for some time. I was fortunate enough to register with an NHS dentist around 10 years ago, maybe a little bit more. And at that stage, Portsmouth was in quite an unusual situation in that we actually had places that you could get dental care for NHS, whereas there's a lot of surrounding areas you couldn't. Unfortunately, we now find ourselves in the complete opposite situation. I was only talking to Councillor Barrett the other day. Councillor Barrett used to be, goes into your deregistering bit, she used to be having an NHS dentist, and she was registered from there when that practice took away the fact that they did any NHS work. Again, I think she was telling me the nearest place she could get was Bognor. Not exactly very practical when you have a young family. This has been an issue, of course, that we find right around the country and is largely about old dental contracts. So contracts that are outdated, outmoded and needed updating. And on this point, I will give the government some credit, the fact that that has been recognised and those contracts are being revised at the moment. I also have some very good news that I can let you know today. Until last week, we were under confidentiality, so we were not able to release this for commercial reasons. However, it has been confirmed that there are, must get this right, there are going to be 100,000 extra units of NHS dental treatment in this city from April next year. this is the equivalent of 15 more NHS dentists in the area. Now, this being NHS England's, hang on, get this right, I'll call it NHSEI, it's easy to remember what the I stands for. They're not entirely forthcoming with exactly who it is who's going to be presenting these and where in the city it's going to be. Unfortunately, as we know in the past, we are not in control of that. We wish that we were, Lord Mayor. But it is the case of we are really, and that is through hard work of everyone who was at that summit that is referred to in the motion, and indeed for the people from public health at the council in particular, who are our conduit into that. We also know that in future the competency for dental services is moving from NHSEI, which is a very remote organisation, to the Isle of Wight Integrated Care Board, which of course is Hampshire Isle of Wight Integrated Care Board, which is much more local to us here in Portsmouth, which should mean that anything we get in future as well, we can have more influence over. What I will say though is it's not enough, and to even have had to get what we have has taken an enormous amount of time and effort, lobbying from our MPs, lobbying from this council to try and get to where we are. And I'm really pleased we are, but we shouldn't be in this situation. And we all know in this room how quickly those slots will be taken. So once we find out where they are, and I really hope they're in the areas that we need in the city, of the most need. But as I say, unfortunately, we have no control over that at all, other than because it's up to the providers that we've got. But we know those will be taken up very quickly, and there will still be left people who are without NHS dental services. I was saying the other day, just earlier, that I was fortunate enough to sign up for an NHS dentist, and I actually had my first checkup with the NHS last Wednesday for the first time for 2.5 years. I'm one of the lucky ones because my dentist still does NHS. But that's so unusual. But even that dental surgery has got half the amount of dentists it had just a few years ago. Just on a point about the summit itself, and there's noted in the motion that there were no councillors present. Well, that's because we weren't invited, which is a real shame, and therefore we had officers. We are fortunate though, we have very good officers in our public health team who work extremely hard on that, and they were there, and they are our conduits with that. So thank you for the motion. Just one more thing I'd just like to say, just about the fluoridation aspect. Fluoridation, as we know, is very controversial. There were lots of controversy. Some of you may remember a few years ago in the Southampton area where there was one area, I think it was an area of Hampshire said yes, Southampton said no, or vice versa, and therefore it's all there. We know that's a divisive issue, so any consideration of that I think has to be done with full public consultation and make sure that we widen that out, because we know it is a divisive issue, everything. But thank you for this motion, and just to reassure you, a lot of the work's been going on, but we haven't been able to talk about it because of those commercial confidentiality situations. But I'm really pleased that things are moving forward. And as soon as we are able to tell you where the provision is going to be and who the providers are going to be, we will, of course, make sure that all of you know about that as well. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Whittington. I have Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Lord Mayor, thank you very much indeed for calling me, and thank you, Councillor Sharp, for bringing this motion. It's really important. I think it is something that both our local MPs have been very interested in, both in north and south of the city, and rightly so, because NHS dentistry has in effect been destroyed over the years. If across the country 9 out of 10 adults can't get access to an NHS dentist and 8 out of 10 children, that's a disgraceful position to be in. So I think it's a really important issue. I'm grateful to the update from Councillor Whittington. My understanding of what he said is that from the spring it is going to be much easier for Portsmouth residents to be able to access an NHS dentist. that we'll have 100,000 units of dental activity addition, and that's because that the NHS has listened to the lobbying the City Council has done to push for more access here. We have pushed really, really hard, and I'm grateful to people from all groups for support, but it's been really, we have worked very, very hard on this. The bit that I was really frightened about, Lord Mayor, was that the NHS would offer these extra units of dental activity, these extra, effectively, 15 more NHS dentists in Portsmouth, that they would offer this to the dentists, but because the NHS dental contract is so bad, is so badly written in London, that dentists would say no. So even if the money was available, dentists would refuse to take up the contracts. And it's incredibly good news that every single one of those contracts has been taken up by a local dentist. So not only has our pressure worked to be able to get more units of dental activity, but our pressure to try to make sure that local dentists take those up have succeeded. But I think we've got to be very, very clear. This will not be taking us back to a place where everybody can get NHS dentistry that wants it. That every person will be seen who wants to be seen, every child will be seen. And that's not good enough. We want to make sure that people are able to have decent dental facilities, decent dental care, and it should be free because this is preventative work. This is to prevent people's teeth from decaying and needing more work, expensive work. So, my Lord Mayor, I think we can be pleased that we've made progress, but there is an awful long way still to go. We all know how much the NHS is under pressure and under threat, and we do need to make sure that we keep the pressure up. Finally, as Councillor Winnington has said, the Council's position is that we oppose fluoridisation of the water in this city. We've opposed mass medication of people, which is not voluntary. Everybody who turns a tap on and fills a glass or puts some water in a kettle would get medication if this proposal went through. Our view is you need to consult, partly because you need people's consent, but partly because of the effect on the environment. Because if we did follow item 6 in this agenda, we would be pumping out tons and tons of fluoride into the sea and through the sewage system and affecting the environment in that way, and we need to look at that in detail to make sure that that's not causing significant problems to the environment. So thanks very much for bringing this to us. I think we should all be supporting this, and my thanks to Councillor Winnington and all the team for the work that you've done to be able to produce this really excellent good news for the people of Portsmouth in terms of dentistry. At long last, there's a bit of good news and a bit of hope.
Thank you, Councillor Brennan-Jackson. Councillor Smythe.
As seconder, my Lord Mayor, as seconder for this motion, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. Four of us from the Labour Party talked to people in Palmerston Road on Saturday morning about this, and to be fair, we had quite a range of responses, but we did have a lot of terrible stories about how people couldn't get NHS dentists anymore and how they couldn't get appointments even when they were signed up as private patients. And also we got some very sad stories, a few very sad stories from people with small children who clearly needed help with this. There were a few who were satisfied, but I was shocked at the amount that people have to pay for private dentistry. And I hope the implementation of the scheme that Councillor Winnington and Councillor Brennan-Jackson have described will mean that we are able to indicate to people who can't afford those eye-watering charges that they can actually get dental care. And in fact, the recommendations in this report are fairly specific, and they include things like working with schools, working through health visitors, you still see children holding a bottle of sweet drink in a bottle down in the shops who are surely ruining their teeth. Now, I myself have been the subject of being taken off an NHS list recently. I can top yours. I've been with mine for nearly 50 years, and they've just, without telling us, the dentists in Palmerston Road just have stopped their NHS list. Now, I have to say, and I think the recommendation about fluoridisation doesn't say let's do it, it says let's talk to people about doing it. Luckily, I'm a Brummie, and in Birmingham we've had fluoride in the water for years and years and years, and look, our teeth are really good. So I hope other Brummies and other people who have been brought up with fluoride in the water will come out of the woodwork and will allow this public discussion to be held in a proper evidence-based way. So I would commend you this recommendation. It doesn't tie us to fluoridisation, it ties us to having a consultation. And if you want my 70-year-old teeth to be the subject of that, then I'm willing to put them forward.
The mind boggles at the thought of your teeth coming forward. Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think today's debate is actually testimony to how we are better when we work together. And just to correct the record, I was one of the people that helped organise the summit, as wearing two hats, as a councillor and also as a member of staff for Penny Morden MP. And like Stephen Morgan MP, I'm sure that especially during the pandemic years, accessing dentistry, especially emergency services, was extremely difficult for the reasons that we don't need to go over today, but are well rehearsed, etc., with all members here. I also was lucky enough to go and support Caroline Dinage MP over in her constituency as well, where the then Health Minister Maria Caulfield came down after she'd just announced the additional £50 million, which I understand is going towards helping the plans that Councillor Winnington has announced today. So I suppose really just to add to, well, first of all, it's really welcome to hear the positive news as members have spoken on. But I just think that it's a good moment to reflect that for our residents that we all represent, we are actually better when we're together.
Thank you. There were no other speakers indicated, so I'll ask Councillor Shah to sum up.
Thank you to everyone for your contributions. I think we have consensus for action here, and I don't want to waste precious time repeating myself, but just I wanted to add only one point. Yesterday I was in Cowsham with this dentistry, NHS dentistry store, and I met several people. I had actually about 100 responses. And three of them, one said, I am going to Turkey to do my dental treatment. And the other one says, in India. And the third one said, I will be going to Lancashire. So I finish by commending this motion to the Council and hope it does some real good for the citizens of Portsmouth.
Thank you very much, and once again, thank you for your maiden speech. We put this now to the vote. Those in favour of the motion, please show. Are there any against or abstaining? No, that is carried unanimously. That concludes that motion. Moving on to motion B. This is a motion concerning the flag Theophano, proposed by Councillor Weems and seconded by Councillor New. I call upon the proposer, Councillor Weems, to present and speak to his motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm happy to propose this motion to the Council.
Is it seconded?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Weems.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Like many of you across this council, you may be aware that there is another ship that is celebrating its anniversary, and that is the Mary Rose, and has a lot of publicity and has a lot of people talking about it. But there's another ship that is in the Solent currently with 19 people entombed in it, and that is the flag Theophano. I actually wasn't aware of this ship or indeed this tragedy until recently, and being fortunate or unfortunate, I wasn't around in 1990 either, so I have no memory at all of this tragedy. But basically the crux of the motion is, in 1990, at the end of January, The flag Fiorfano was, like many other ships, going through the Solent, but tragically it capsized and it fell to the bottom of the sea. 19 people were on board and 19 people died. And I don't know how many people around this room know of this tragedy, but I didn't either. And basically what I want to talk about today is we need to remember these people, and we need to actually have a fixture on the sea defences so that people can get educated and can remember these people. I won't take up too much more of your time because the motion basically stipulates what I want to achieve, and that gives a bit of shared history. But what I would say is thank you to Steve Hunt and a massive thank you to Martin Woodward, who put forward this work and actually educated a lot of people about this tragic tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I have Councillor Kimberly Barrett.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I wanted to briefly speak on this today, as soon as I saw it on the papers, it immediately piqued my interest. Before going into the renewable energy field, my background is maritime archaeology, and I have a degree in it. So anything shipwreck-based, anything in the Solent waters, I find it really interesting. And also several of my family members are in His Majesty's Armed Forces and in the Navy. So my grandfather often talked about a lot of things that happened in the Solent. However, although I have studied and have heard some of these tales, like you, I hadn't heard of this, perhaps ashamedly, I hadn't. So I saw what you put and I went and had a look at it in depth. Like you've mentioned, no one knows exactly what happened that night, but it's assumed that it did capsize. And of course, rather sadly, by the time that anyone realised anything was remotely wrong, it was just way too late for anything to be done. 4 of the crew's bodies were returned back to their families, from what I understand. However, Ibrahim Hussein was buried at Kingston Cemetery, which I know that we had the ceremony there last month, and he was buried at the time in the unmarked grave. I wanted to take time on behalf of all of us, hopefully, to thank the local Muslim community, though, for holding that service for Ibrahim when his family weren't able to be here at the time. I also wanted to support you both in this, in thanking Mr. Stephen Hunt and Mr. Martin Woodward for the work they've put in over the years to make sure that this ship and its crew were not forgotten. The efforts of them both, alongside help from, I believe, the Southampton Ship Owners Association, those involved in the shipping industry, and the search operation at the time saw this council install recently a headstone at his grave last month, so that people can remember the events that happened that night, but also, more importantly, the crew in general, that lives were lost. As a naval city, we're surrounded by water, and our history sadly has seen loss of life in these waters. We often commemorate this and remember these sad incidences through the really beautiful Seafarers service that we have every year. We have memorials, talks, and there are other things that goes on in the city. As you've already mentioned, it is the Mary Rose's anniversary. It's something that our history is steeped in Portsmouth. So it is something that a lot of people understand, and it is part of our history. So it is extremely important that we do remember events like this, whether it's 500 years ago or 32 years ago. I just wanted to end with a poem, if I may. It was a poem that one of my lecturers used to read to us after we talked about shipwrecks. It sort of always gave me a bit of comfort. It's called A Sailor for the Lord by Richard John Scar. It says, "Go down to the sea once more, old sailor, for where else would an old Jack Tar be? But riding the waves and tasting the brine out there on God's heavenly seas, with fair weather assured every voyage, no storms, no clouds in the sky, and with calm blue waters to sail on and ever bright stars to steer by. A fine sturdy ship to sail in, and revered old shipmates to crew, and with an angel riding the masthead and land now long out of view. What more could an old Matt Lowe wish for than to serve as a tar for the Lord? So welcome, old sailor, now the tide's on the ebb, and it's honour to have you aboard." So I just want to make sure that we all remember those who have been lost at sea, whether it's recently or whether it was quite far in the past. And I just wanted to thank you both for bringing this motion forward.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. It's a long time since we had poetry in this chamber. And now we return to prose. Councillor Robert New, please.
That's a hard act to follow. Yeah, so similar sentiments really. I wasn't aware of this until Councillor Weems spoke to me about it. And first of all, I'd just like to pay tribute to Steve and Martin really for their endless campaigning on this and actually getting it on the agenda, and also to all those who made the memorial possible. Actually, I think it was very moving for all of us that went there, and educational. I didn't know that there was a wreck literally on not our doorstep, but, you know, in the Solent, still with bodies unrecovered. And I minded, well, at the time when we were saying so, well, what can we do to help as a council? I was actually minded of something that we did do previously, and I thought, well, it is my sincere hope that we may be able to replicate it. And bearing in mind financial burdens that the council bears, I'd just like to indulge for a moment and talk about the People's Memorial in Milton. And back before I became a cabinet member, Councillor Lee Hunt went to great ends to assist the people that created the memorial to get them the planning permission. And we saw that actually there was a way to help people with good things like this, where it brings real comfort to people, especially those that serve on the sea or in the armed forces, etc. Then when the sea defences were being built, that memorial was at real risk of having to be bulldozed, really, because, you know, it had been built without planning permission, but it was much loved by families who had lost members who were serving in the armed forces. And actually the sea defence construction team were fantastic. They put their heads together and said, yeah, we can help you, we can do this, and we think we can do it, so it won't cost any money. Not only did they actually ensure that the memorial stayed there, they enhanced it, and they were so creative and so. I think it's Willie who created the memorial was so grateful at the time, and I think that was a great example of how, if we put our minds to it, and especially with the expertise of our officers in things like the sea defence team. We can actually do some nice things by our city. And as Councillor Weems said, to not only provide a long-lasting memorial, but something that's also educational. So that was really just to put some meat onto the bones of what's here in the motion, and our request to explore a permanent memorial, if it can be built into the sea defences, in a very sensitive way, but hopefully one that won't have any financial impact as well onto that project. So thank you, members, and again, we'd just like to pay tribute to all those that have made this memorial, certainly, and to the actual very sad wrecking of the flag of Fiofano onto our radars.
Thank you, Councillor New. There being no other speakers indicating, I would like to ask Councillor Weems to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will be quite quick because I feel that I won't be able to put it as eloquently as Councillor Barrett did, and I wish we do have a bit more poetry in this chamber. That would be lovely. All I would like to say is we just need to remember them, and it doesn't matter how long ago the wreck was, which obviously Councillor Barrett mentioned. We are a Navy city, we are a maritime city, and we should remember everyone who's lost their lives in our vicinity of our great city. So basically, I commend this motion today, and although it was a quick debate in a sense, it doesn't take away the sympathy I have towards those people who lost their lives. I look forward to seeing whatever fixture is put forward on the sea defences. Thank you.
Thank you. We now come to the vote. Those in favour of the motion, please show. That, once again, is unanimous. Thank you very much, members. That concludes that motion. Moving on to motion C. This is a motion concerning tackling child poverty during the cost of living crisis. This motion is proposed by Councillor Adeniran and seconded by Councillor Miller. That is correct? Are you proposing?
Yes, my Lord Mayor, I formally propose this motion.
You propose. Councillor Miller, are you seconding?
Yes, Lord Mayor, happy to second.
I now call upon Councillor Adin. My apologies. I got my tongue tied around that. Adeniran.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My full name is Bosede Oluyinka Adeniran, popularly known as Yinka. I'm happily married with 3 children. and I have lived in the center of Charles Dickens Ward for more than 12 years. Added to being a mom, which is a full-time job in itself, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of an organization that provides care, and I'm a registered social worker. I'm passionate about helping people in our city achieve better living conditions. I am a proud trade union member and spent some time as the BAME rep for Unison. Before engaging in active politics, I advocated for my community in Charles Dickens. I could see my friends, family, and neighbors struggling to make ends meet. I wanted to use my voice in an arena for change, so made the decision to become a councillor. I will continue to be a solid and dedicated voice for all in my community. This is why I have brought this necessary motion before you today. The significant cost of school uniforms to families is a long-standing problem known to the government. While parents are left struggling to buy their children branded school uniforms, the government has not solved the problem, but only provides guidance to schools. The guidance from the Department for Education that was published last year requires schools and their governing board to have regard to the issue when developing and implementing their school uniform trust policies. In some instances, this will not alleviate the cost to parents if schools choose to use expensive branded items, despite the guidance. As a parent, I have personal experience getting school uniforms for our children from a retailer of branded school uniforms. Apart from being expensive, particularly as I had 3 children in school at one time, the quality issue was also a concern. For example, after 2 washes, the cardigan stretched, despite following the washing instructions. I found supermarket brands to be cheaper and longer lasting. In 2018, a Children's Society survey of 1,000 parents saw nearly 1 in 6 families blaming school uniform costs for having to cut back on food and other bare essentials. We have heard many residents telling us stories about going hungry so they can afford to buy school uniforms for their children. Food and clothing are essential to a family well-being, and no family should have to go hungry to pay for unnecessary costs when there are cheaper alternatives. If you allow parents to shop around and buy non-branded items, then families will be in a better place financially. Finally, the Labour group feels that increasing the threshold for free school meal will ensure that many children in low-income households receive a nutritious meal daily. Another way Portsmouth City Council can work with residents while tackling the cost of living crisis. And shortly before I left the house, when I was coming this morning, one of my residents just came to me and he gave me a speech. She wanted to come, but due to one thing or the other, she couldn't make it, and I'm just quickly going to read that for you too. I'm not going to mention him, but he said, my name is Hey. I live in Seymour Close. I have 4 children, ages ranges from 5 to 17. As a single mother on a benefit and someone who was previously on the first-hand benefit cap, myself and my family have experienced the negative impacts living in poverty. My 2 youngest attended Dickens Academic. I have witnessed the school change to academy, although I would say there have been a lot of positive changes because my children attended that school as well. It used to be Charles Dickens Primary School before, and now changing. And you know, when they change, definitely cut down everything needs to be replaced, needs to be changed. So the price of the branded uniform all people must have definitely caused a lot of worry. And also shameful if my kids have had to wear tattered jumpers or blazer because I haven't been able to afford £18 each for new one when needed. I also of the opinion that too much pressure is placed on the children to have branded uniform, that is tie, socks, PE kit, etc. I truly believe this is detrimental to the children's mental well-being, as the kids get upset that they will be punished for not having correct uniform. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that maiden speech. A maiden speech which quite clearly came from your own experience. We do have an amendment. The amendment has been presented in the name of Councillor Holder and Councillor Ashmore. Councillor Holder, are you proposing an amendment? Councillor Ashmore, are you seconding it? Right.
Seconded.
Councillor Holder, will you please speak to your amendment?
Does he want to circulate it as he speaks, or to wait?
Yes, we'll circulate the amendment now. Would you like members to have time to read your amendment, or do you wish to speak as soon as it has been distributed? Sorry. We have an amendment on the last.
We do. It's a minor one.
Oh, right.
Just a minor thing about the memorials about.
Oh, right,
There's
okay.
another thing you have to do. You have to get the approval of the palace to
Right.
get a statue up as well.
Okay. Councillor Holder.
There's only a few minor amendments, but just want to thank the Labour Group for bringing this motion. I'm well aware of the problems with school uniforms. I've got 2 children, and they always seem to need something new as they go through school, a new uniform all the time at infants and a different one at junior school. Now they're in an outstanding secondary school, but they have one uniform for years 7 and 8 and a completely different uniform for year 9. And then everything's branded, even the PE socks. I think the only thing that's not branded are the shirts. I fully agree with the motion that we should thank community organisations and charities that are helping families, particularly the Hives Uniform Share Store and the Central Library, which is where my daughter's old uniforms usually wind up. But my understanding is that we can't tell head teachers to stop using branded clothing as we don't run the schools. But I know in September, Councillor Horton asked council officers to write to head teachers requesting that they look at the new guidance and take regard of the guidance from government. With regards from school meals, the council's funded school meal vouchers in the holidays before government did. And some of the other things the council have done so far, I think it's 740,000 in supermarket vouchers to parents of over 9,800 children, £31,000 in financial support to college students from low-income families, over £100,000 in grants for food banks, larders and pantries, over 220,000 in discretionary grants for vulnerable households in financial hardship. And I know the council are looking to expand the size of the group eligible for help to include ways to support those that are classed as not quite poor enough. Today it was announced by the ONS that the value of regular pay fell by 2.9% in real terms, partly due to the rate of inflation, which is going to make things harder for more and more families in the city. And that's before you take into account the rising mortgage rates. More people are going to need our help, but that help needs to come from central government, not from the council. But thanks to Labour for bringing this motion, and I definitely support it.
Thank you, Councillor Holder. The matter is now open for debate. I have Councillor Terry Norton.
Lord Mayor, I hadn't expected to be here for this, so I'm unashamedly will say I didn't prepare any notes, but as probably the most recent person to work in an educational setting, I know that Councillor Stagg was a teacher, and Councillor Horton, Councillors Atkins and Brent are lecturers, but I don't think they really have to deal with uniform and things like that. I do think it's important to get up and say a few words, and I think the motion is fair, apart from the government bashing, obviously, which I don't like. So I'm going to focus on the uniform element of it. And the question for me is there too much of an over-reliability on uniform in schools? And I think the answer to that is yes. I think there is. Some parents like it. They like uniforms. They like that kind of branded nature. The Instagram parents out there love having their children dressed up in blazers and ties. And if, my old stomping ground of Mayfield are full of, there's a huge backlog for parents wanting their children to get into that school. Dare I say, it's not always, I think, because of the standards and things like that. It's because they thought it's a private school without the fees, and they like that element of it. So uniform does have a place. The problem is it's not the be-all and end-all. And in many schools, it's used as a weapon against young people. And there's nothing more heartbreaking than seeing a young child in an isolation room with a wall in front of them, a barrier here, a barrier there. It's a bit like being dead because their parents can't afford to buy them leather shoes, or because payday is a week's time. It's heartbreaking to see that kind of segregation from young people because of something which is of no fault of their own. And I used to always champion inclusion and making sure that children were able to attend regardless of what their uniform was like. But it is used far too often as an excuse. And there are head teachers out there and there are senior leaders out there who will go into a classroom and they will say, hair up, shirt in, tie on properly. They won't say, what are you learning? Are you enjoying school? How do you feel about this? And it's a shame, because I think that's used as a cop-out, really, a cheap excuse not to invest in young people, but to focus on something which is quite minor, really. And that's, I guess discipline has a place in school, absolutely, but also I think schools spend far too much time worrying about things like uniform. If you total it up, if a child in a school spends 5 minutes per lesson lining up outside, waiting for their right to an education, that's 25, 30 minutes a day they spend waiting to be educated. And I used to champion that all the time when I taught. And that phrase doesn't go down very well with many teachers, the children we serve, because they do. They serve them, especially those who are fussed to kind of vote for industrial action or have lots of time off sick. They don't like that idea of serving children, but fundamentally that's what it's about. And I think that's where we probably need to focus this motion on, is an educational setting that doesn't focus on pay, that doesn't focus on league tables, but instead focuses on children, regardless of what they're dressed like. I think that's a wider conversation I hope we can lead to at some point. There are some bits, I've just scrambled some random words down, so forgive me if it's not particularly articulate, but PE kit is a fair point. Schools have PE kits that need to be branded. That's for children that are often in secure locations that can't be seen, that wear coloured bibs anyway to determine what team they're on, and yet the expectation is parents still buy them branded PE kits. Ridiculous. Branded bags. Now, I get it. I do think we need a level playing field, and I think that uniform in schools does create a sense of fairness among those from poorer backgrounds and what have you, whose parents can't always afford to, buy the latest, trendiest clothes. We see it with mobile phones, don't we, where young people want to stay trendy, they throw away perfectly good mobile phones in order to stay trendy, and it's a lot of pressure, I think, to go on parents. But to have schools push very, very expensive, exclusive kits onto young people is not fair, really. I do think schools go a really long way as well in having hand-me-downs and pre-loved uniforms, and that's really good. But ties usually distinguish the school that you go to. So if supermarkets offer cheaper blazers and cheaper kit, then I think we should be supportive of that. There was something I was going to say about the history of uniform, actually, but I haven't done the notes. Councillor Barrett beat me to it by bringing a poem and talking about her degree. My degree was actually partly in youth studies and childhood, and I remember doing something about the history of where it came from, and first of all, it came from a religious element, and then it came from the idea of a military element of having school uniforms for that military concept. And schools developed over time to have places where children would sleep, and children where they would really look at the children's well-being rather than how they were dressed. So I do support this. I think it's it's fair, but like I said, hopefully this builds into a wider movement that puts educational systems in a place where we're not worrying about pay, we're not worrying about league tables, we're not making children cogs in a conveyor belt or in a wheel. We're actually making them the centre of what we look at and what we do, regardless of how they're dressed. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Norton. Councillor Mellor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I find myself agreeing with my friend across the room today. However, in my speech there might be some government bashing, so I apologise in advance. So first of all, I wanted to thank Councillor Susie Horton for the work that she does in children's, families and education, and all of the staff and community organisations and charities involved in supporting local families through the cost of living crisis. So Josh was hungry, but he did not want to worry his mother by asking for lunch money. Josh had seen the eviction notice from their landlord and overheard anxious telephone conversations about mounting debts. His mother worked part-time as a school dinner lady, but had become increasingly fretful as the rising cost of living overwhelmed her. It had meant no money for breakfast for Josh and his younger sister Eva, but also nothing for lunch. His single mother's low earnings meant they lived in poverty, but exceeded the narrow eligibility criteria for free school meals. Out of desperation, Josh did something he had never done before. He began to shoplift from his local supermarket. Sandwiches, crisps, snacks. He never stole high-value items, and consistently he stole just enough to stem his hunger pangs. He got away with it at first, but then the supermarket got wise and banned him. Again, he faced being hungry every day until dinner. And again, he did not want to burden his mother. So he started to steal from the school canteen instead. Sadly, Josh is not alone. Head teachers and youth workers report increasingly desperate behaviour from children and families, and of mothers who resort to shoplifting, risking a criminal record to feed their children. Those mothers are struggling with the rising cost of living. Free school meals are a lifeline for millions of families across the country. As we see the cost of living crisis profoundly push more families into poverty, we cannot sit back and see children go hungry. Children in years 1 and 2 receive a free school meal regardless of income, which is a positive start. However, for children in year 3 and above, free school meals are restricted to those on the lowest income, with the same threshold being used to provide free school meal vouchers during the school holiday. In 2018, the government lowered the household income eligibility criteria for free school meals from 16,190 to 7,400. That's a drop of £8,790 and means that many children in our city are missing out on a nutritious meal. Campaigners, including Marcus Rashford, have consistently said that the government is not doing enough to expand the free school meal scheme. Together with other campaigners and the National Education Union, they are calling for the Prime Minister to extend free school meals to children living in poverty in England and to end the hunger crisis that is damaging children's life chances. Portsmouth Labour stands in solidarity with this campaign, and we hope that you do too. As with anything in local government, funding is minimal. However, an option for Portsmouth City Council would be to amend the income threshold back up to the previous amount of 16,190. This would make a significant difference and go a long way to ensuring those in greatest need in our city get the extra support they need. That is why we are asking the Cabinet to consider extending free school meal provision to children in households experiencing financial hardship who do not meet the restrictive national criteria, and to explore ways in which the funding can be found to make this possible. Our focus should be on safeguarding low-income families facing the cost of living crisis, while ensuring the city's children receive a hot lunch. Let's make sure no child in Portsmouth has to steal to eat like Josh did. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. I have Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And thank you to the Labour Group for bringing this forward. It's a sensible thing to be talking about, and I think we all recognise that the position for kids at school is very difficult if you don't have enough to eat. I can also thank Councillor Norton for by far the best speech I've ever heard you make. So thank you. My Lord Mayor, the person I really wanted to say thank you to is Susie Horton, who isn't here because she's one of the people who's been hit with the increasing rise in COVID cases. Because actually I think the work the City Council has done within the limited financial envelope in which we work has been very good within the city. And Susie's push to make sure that we recognise the needs of young people in the city has been very important in that. So the City Council has put in over £3.4 million in terms of giving families with children on free school meals £15 a week tokens for the holidays. And that's been very good. And we did this before the government did because we knew it was the right thing to do. We absolutely recognise and support the view that the current limit for families getting free school meals is far too low. How can it possibly be right for a family to be assessed that they need to be on universal credit because they are so poor and yet not get free school meals? It's just mad. It is totally ludicrous that that is the position, but that unfortunately is the government's position. I'm pleased that intervention by Lib Dems meant that all kids in infant schools get free school meals, but it should go further, and we need to build on that. But I think in Portsmouth we've got a good record. I think other councils have taken the HAF programme, which stands for activities for kids. Sorry?
Holidays, activities and food.
Thank you. Holidays, activities and food. Have taken it as a fairly simple thing, but we've put in an enormous amount of work here in Portsmouth to make sure that it's really interesting things to do for children over the holidays, and they all get a free meal. And that's been great. So we've got over 16,000 places there for local kids. So my thanks to Susie, my thanks to the Labour Group for bringing this. It is absolutely right. We need to be pushing hard to make sure that children who are living in families on universal credit, the very poorest families, should make sure that they get free school meals. And the government's decision to say, you are so poor, you get universal credit, oh, but by the way, you have to pay for free school meals, is completely wrong. I don't know if we've got the power to change that locally. I know we probably don't have the money to do it, even if we do have the power, but I think that's a useful thing to investigate. And Kirsty, thank you very much for that. That's a good thing to get Susie to go and work on. But I think this is a very useful motion, and it definitely has my support.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Madgwick.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, this is the first time I've spoken in here. You'll probably regret that I've started, but I've sung in front of thousands of people on stage without any nerves, and I'm shaking like a leaf in front of you 40 people. So here we go. All it is, I just want clarification on something. I haven't had to worry about school uniforms since this little boy next to me, 25. But yeah, he wants me after there anyway. So no, I just want to ask a question from certainly the educational people in here. I was under the belief back in those days, we was in Baffins, and you could only buy a school uniform from a certain shop, and we were led to believe that the school got a kickback from it. Now, I don't know whether it's true or whether it's not true, but it certainly seemed to be the case that you couldn't in those days go and buy them from anywhere you like. You had to buy the uniform from that shop. I do believe in school uniforms. I do believe every child should wear a school uniform. I think it's part of the discipline that we used to have back in the 50s and 60s that we had to have school uniforms, and we followed the code. Fully understanding that there are parents out there who can't afford them, but then something should be put in place either by the government, by the councils, by the school educational people to help those people out. Hive is a great idea, love Hive, but we should try if possible to make all children have school uniforms as part of the discipline of growing up. So making it very, very short because I'm shaking still, I certainly will back the motion, and thank you for your time. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much for your maiden speech. And Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to start by thanking Yinka for bringing the motion today, and also Shah for bringing the motion earlier on. I think it's really great to see two new councillors already getting stuck in terms of listening to the issues that are really important to the residents in their communities, bringing those motions to council and trying to bring change about. So thank you very much both, and it's a real pleasure to lead the group that you've joined. I just wanted to say a few words on the amendment. The amendment is mostly, not entirely, reasonable. I think the main issue we have with it is that it removes the action for Cabinet, and we think that action for Cabinet is entirely reasonable. We've actually gone and spoken to the officers responsible about it, and they've agreed to go away and look at the practicalities. So it would just seem to me strange to remove the ask from Council to do something which is feasible. We're not saying extend it to everyone on universal credits. Clearly that would probably cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions, that's not in the budget. What we've said is to look at those families that are experiencing the most severe financial hardship, where their parents might be earning £8 or £9, they're not quite eligible for free school meals, but to have a little bit of money put aside. Maybe, I know that there's, for example, we've been told there's unallocated money from the next chunk of the household support funds that could be used for this purpose, and the practicalities of that are being worked through. So obviously that's something that we'd like to formally put that request to Cabinet, and that was in the motion as unamended. The amendment does take out that request for Cabinet to do that. We're of course happy for Cabinet to go and ask government to do it, but we would have liked to have seen both things in there. So just on that kind of relatively minor point perhaps, we feel we can't accept the wording as it is. Everything else in it is fine. I think obviously this is a really important motion. Seen lots of consensus on this motion, lots of consensus on lots of other issues today, which is good. I think as the cost of living crisis continues to hit our communities, we really need to start looking at the practical ways that people are being impacted at, and the practical ways that we as councillors and we as a local authority can help them. And I think looking at the free school meals eligibility, looking at the cost of uniforms is two key ways to do that. So hopefully people will support the motion.
I have Councillor George Madrick. And now we're going to get the truth.
No, it's all good. I just wanted to mention a quick thing, because we had a similar thing in Paulsgrove with the school, and exactly this exact issue that parents couldn't afford it, and there was pressure on put on the school to be a bit more laxed about it. And what we did in the particular school in question in Paulsgrove was that we did iron-on badges, which ended up essentially being funded by the local community. So parents and that could go and purchase their own non-branded uniforms, and then the school had a supply of their own branded badges which were just ironed on, and that was acceptable. And we managed to do that through local community funding. Now every kid in that school has that. And that's something we organised there. So just as an idea to think out the box, maybe councillors could get involved with the local schools and see if that same philosophy could be done, because it's incredibly cheap. There's local printers that can do the badges, and it's so affordable and so practical, and I think that's more than sensible. But yeah, I'll be supporting the motion as well, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madrick. I have no other speakers, and so it's for Councillor Adeniran to sum up, but also to state whether she confirms what Councillor Corkery has said, that she does not wish to have the amendment subsumed.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Yes, I agree to what Councillor Corkery said, and thank you everyone for your great, excellent contribution to the motion. Yes, uniform is compulsory and it does serve as a sense of belonging to the students. But what I'm saying here, or what we're saying here, is to reduce the price considerably compared to the unbranded uniform. So I feel that a branded uniform does not improve learning, but is divisive and uneconomical. While we walk through the crisis together, we should focus on children attending school, not on the correct uniforms. A school is designed to provide a learning environment, an opportunity for students to develop their potentials. So regular attendance directly connects to the attainment of a child's learning goals. If a child is not in school regularly, perhaps because they are worried about not having the correct uniform, they are not fully assessing the curriculum and learning opportunities available to them. Regular school attendance allows students to be part of the school's community. It gives them a sense of belonging and promotes their social development. Therefore, we ask the relevant cabinet portfolio holder to write to all Portsmouth schools requesting they stop the use of mandatory branded school uniform items where unbranded items can be bought at more affordable prices, and ask the cabinet to consider extending free school meal provision in the city. Please vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now come to a vote. Those first have to be a vote on the amendment and then on the substantive motion. So, taking the amendment first, will those people who are in favour of the amendment please show? $15. Will those people who are against the amendment please show?
$24, Lord Mayor.
24. The amendment is lost. We therefore come to the substantive motion. Those in favour of the substantive motion.
Original motion.
Well, it is the original motion, yes. But it is a substantive motion. Please show. Any against or any abstaining? No, that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And it is rare that we get a motion which has two maiden speeches in it, so that was a very interesting one. That concludes that motion. Moving on to motion D, is this motion concerning a memorial statue for Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, proposed by Councillor Smith and seconded by Councillor Swan. Councillor Smith? It is correct. It is seconded by Councillor Swan?
Seconded, Lord Mayor, and I reserve my right to speak.
Right. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Smith, to present and speak to his motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm sure I was not alone at the incredibly moving multi-faith memorial service at the Guildhall for Our Late Majesty when I glanced across to the statue of Queen Victoria and wondered, how will the city recognise the late Queen Elizabeth II? With this in mind, I propose the following with an amendment. Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was an inspiration for our nation and one of the greatest leaders the world has ever known. There is currently just one full-size statue of Her Majesty in the entire UK. It would be an honour for Portsmouth to be one of the first to publicly commemorate Her late Majesty. We therefore ask Portsmouth City Council to consult with the residents of the city to have a suitable statue that befits the pledge of service and duty made by Her late Majesty. The statue's location could also be a question for the people of Portsmouth. This will showcase not only our love for her, but also our city's close links to the armed forces, faiths, and in recognition of her as our much loved and longest serving head of state. As a council, we understand the location of the statue would require permission from the Crown as well as local planners, and there is an amendment that it is equally understood that currently no progress can be made until such time as confirmation is received from Buckingham Palace and or His Majesty the King. So that's the amendment. The Council believes this statute, if confirmation given, will be a fitting tribute to Her late Majesty and recognises the historical importance of this memorial statue and its social and educational potential as a symbol of her devotion to duty and standing as the nation's greatest diplomat. I just finished by just paraphrasing really what Rob New said, that I hope that how we can build something special as a memorial if we put our minds together. I really hope that we can do that in this case. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
It is somewhat unusual to have a proposer accept an amendment before the amendment has even been put, but there we are. I have an amendment standing in the name of Councillor Scott Pater Harris, which I would like to have distributed. Right. Are you prepared to speak while it's being distributed?
Yeah, I suppose everyone's heard it already. You know, you might as well distribute it, yeah.
Yeah. Can you please distribute it? Yeah. Councillor Pater Harris.
Anyway, Councillor Smith, what have you got on your notes for the amendment? Because I haven't got it here. The amendment's just a technical amendment, just basically just to say that we can't make any progress until we receive confirmation from Buckingham Palace or the King. It just basically gives us, it's very technical. That was all. I haven't really got much else to say. Councillor Smith said it for me. So, I'm done.
Councillor Bosher, did you second that? Right. Thank you very much, Councillor Bosher. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
No, I'm glad. No, thank you very much. So, first of all, can I thank the movers and seconders of the motion for bringing this forward, and also the people with the amendment. I think this is an entirely sensible thing for us to be looking at. I had discussion with the Lord Lieutenant over the weekend, and my understanding from him was that military units have been told not to progress things like this at the moment until the Palace has made a decision, and I'm very grateful to the amendment that reflects the need to pause until the Palace has taken their view. I think it would be a good thing to do. Personally, I think having a statue of Her Majesty in Guildhall Square along with the one with Queen Victoria would be a good thing, but we'll come down to that. My understanding is the one with Queen Victoria was crowdfunded in effect from the people of the city, and I think that's something that we maybe should learn from, because if the council just goes and does it, people really don't have ownership of it. If people feel that they have done some contribution to it, then I think that gives more of a feel of ownership to the people of the city. I'm very conscious that if we look at Copner Bridge, lots of places in the city get graffitied. Copner Bridge doesn't, because the artwork there was done by local kids and they feel an ownership of it. And I think that feeling of ownership is really important. And I think the people of the city would get right behind a fundraising thing so that it was their statue, not the council statue. Just to let colleagues know, I've been asked to lead across the country with councils in terms of statues for the Queen, because if every council goes and commissions an artist, it's going to cost an absolute fortune. So what I've been asked to do, and I will be doing, is trying to coordinate between councils and maybe with 2 or 3 different designs for people to choose from, so that we can get multiple casts from the same artist at significantly reduced cost to the public purse. And that, I hope, will mean that we can have more monuments to Her Majesty, who did such a great job across this country, but across representing us across the world. So my Lord Mayor, I hope we'll be part of that, and many thanks for bringing this to our motion towards us today, so I hope we can all support it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. There were no other speakers, so I would like to ask the proposer to sum up and also to indicate formally whether he accepts the amendment.
Yes, I certainly do. I think it's marvellous, the amendment. But thank you for the debate. Thank you, Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson, for that. I've written down beforehand things to consider: funding, logistics of it, engagement of the people. It'd be great if we could get the evening news involved maybe in that, taking ownership, crowdfunding obviously would be great, and taking that forward. So thank you for those things. Hope it goes forward. Thank you.
Right. We then need to put the substantive motion to the vote. Will those in favour please indicate? Are there any to the contrary? Thank you very much. That is carried unanimously. We now move on to the exciting part. Members, there are 10 questions under Standing Order 17, which have previously been circulated to you. As you know, there is a total of 45 minutes allocated within standing orders to deal with the questions. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the original question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must arise directly out of the original question or the replies. The first question is from Councillor Symes to Councillor Pitt. Will Councillor Symes?
The question in my name, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pitt?
In the interest of brevity, with 10 questions, Lord Mayor, yes.
You have a supplementary?
I do. Would you consider adding a swimming pool there, as it's obvious that the Bransbury Park development is neither wanted in that area or has become too expensive to facilitate now?
Thank you, Councillor Symes. The answer to that is no, not currently. The Council has a plan that it is heavily consulted on with the community. I do strongly dispute that it is not wanted where it's proposed to go, because all the evidence from consultation with the community, which has been extensive, is that they very much do want it there, and that the old Eastney Pool site is very limited, doesn't have the public transport connectivity that the Bransbury Park site does, nor does it offer the co-location with the community facilities that are most likely to be supported by Sport England.
Do you have a second?
Sorry, yes. Wouldn't you agree, though, that the Eastney Pool has far more parking nearby than Bransbury Park that's only committed 5 parking spaces?
No, I'm afraid, Lord Mayor, I would not agree with that. Councillor Symes may not be as aware as I am, walking through there literally every day, that the change to the RPZ to incorporate MH zone on the Bransbury Park side of Bransbury Road has meant that instead of it being a dumping ground for vehicles for months on end, where you could literally see the same cars and vans in the same place week in, week out, that no longer is the case. And I've got some pictures on my phone actually that I took last week, I'm happy to share with her, to show that actually all of the parking down the side of Bransbury Road on the park side is pretty much free from first thing in the morning through most of the day until residents return home and need those spaces in the evening, when they have the right to park there, because it is included within MH zone. Whereas at Eastney Pool, it was limited to a total of 16 spaces, 4 or 5 of which were often taken by staff, the remainder of which had to pay premium prices to park on the seafront. So with work still to do, Bransbury is still looking like a more attractive option.
Councillor Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the Cabinet member give us an update on the current cost for the Bransbury Park project?
Not today, but we would anticipate that we will have a clearer picture on that probably within the next month to 6 weeks.
Do you have a supplementary to that, Councillor Peter Harris?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. Councillor Brent?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a question that's come from the response about the Brownsbury facility. What does the Cabinet member believe that the traffic infrastructure, or what increase in traffic will there be due to the new leisure facility in Brownsbury?
Can't answer that definitively today. Modelling has been done and is forming part of what will then come forward as a planning application and will be teased out as part of the planning process. Quite a lot of investigation has been done about how people will access the centre. We know it will be very popular with the local community in particular, and a lot of walking and cycling, as I mentioned, also public transport. It's important to note that some of the problems faced by local schools at the moment, for example, Fernhurst in Francis Avenue, in order to get their kids to a swimming pool, and this was the case before, when the Pyramids and Eastney Pool were still open, because of the location of Eastney Pool, used to walk their children to Fratton Station, put them on a train and take them to Havant in order to swim. So the location at Brownsbury has been warmly greeted by all those local schools, who will be a big part of its user group, and therefore that's something that's of particular note to us, but obviously, as is absolutely necessary and appropriate as part of the planning application, full traffic data and assessments will be included.
Councillor John Smith.
Can the Cabinet member please share the information about the data, about the popularity of it in Milton and Eastney, please?
I'm disappointed that Councillor Smith is not already aware of the data and has viewed it as part of the public decision-making process that has taken place as this project's been developed. It's out there, it's published, it's on the Council's website.
Councillor Mason.
Not personally.
Councillor Lee Mason.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Since the Cabinet member has indicated that there won't be a problem during the day when the centre has been used for parking, but all the parking will disappear in the evenings, is he now suggesting that it will be a daytime-only centre, or will it be a problem for those in the evening? And could you be a bit more clear on this, please?
You think I was up for election, Lord Mayor? This is clearly a let's just all attack the parking situation in Eastney debacle, and as I've made absolutely clear, a proper traffic assessment on the use of the centre will be included as part of the planning application. You all know this, it's just games playing, and no, Councillor Mason, it does not mean that the centre will not be open in the evening.
There being no other people indicating they wish to speak. Question 2, Councillor Swan to Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Question 2 in my name.
Thank you very much. Just to give you a bit of background, the Council, through Gold, took a strategic decision as a mark of respect for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, the second state funeral, to suspend all non-critical services on the 19th of September. This has therefore resulted in suspension of waste collection services and the closure of Portsmouth Household Waste Recycling Centre that day. In order to accommodate suspension of the service, all waste collections for rubbish, recycling, food waste and garden waste were planned to be pushed back by 1 day starting on the 20th of September. An additional waste collection planned to take place on the 24th of September. Communications were issued to residents through a website update and social media to inform them of those changes. The waste management team and BIFA then worked hard to ensure resource was available to operate collections on the 24th of September at extremely short notice. Collection crews are not actually contracted to work on a Saturday. I'm sure you appreciate that many of the staff had prior engagements and family commitments. Day to day, I don't know if many people know, but 60 staff are required daily to ensure that all collections are carried out across the city. And with only short notice, very short notice, 40 staff were able to thankfully come forward to work on that Saturday to undertake the catch-up. I do want to personally thank all the staff that were able to come in at short notice as well. Therefore, a decision was made to prioritise the curbside refuse and the food waste collections due to what they are. Further communications were issued to residents on the 22nd of September through a website update and social media again, informing them that recycling would not be collected on the 24th. This communication also asked residents to retain all the recycling that they had until the next collection date on the 7th, and that any of that recycling would be taken on the additional next collection day. And further social media was issued in the subsequent weeks to make sure people were reminded of that. Unfortunately, Monday the 26th of September, the Waste Services was then back into another collection week. Therefore, although considered, further catch-up of the recycling services suspended from the 24th was determined not feasible to logistically resource. The Council and BIFA do take a prudent approach to resourcing the waste collection services. Therefore, there was not spare resource available as a one-off to undertake a catch-up of this scale. Just for a bit of background as well, the 2022-23 Christmas collection day changes this year, they were negotiated, planned and agreed during August of this year. That was to give collection crews and waste disposal partners a good 4 months notice of the different working arrangements, and it also allows our residents to be notified via the Christmas flagship and website updates and social media from now onwards, and of course closer to Christmas. The Clean City Services Resource Controller team have taken phone calls and have taken queries from councillors as a result of this. However, after an explanation, the majority of residents have been understanding of the unique circumstances which did lead to this collection suspension. I just wanted to confirm I have spoken with the waste management team to triple check, and they have confirmed as of today, as of the 7th of October, all outstanding collections were collected, and they also collected all the additional recycling that was left out as well. We were happy to take that. All councillors were alerted to the issues we faced via email on the 22nd, and I think it's very important that I mention that I am thankful to all those councillors and the residents who were supportive, patient and understanding of the unusual circumstances that meant a delay in collection of recycling in some areas of the city, but it also meant that those waste collection crews were able to mourn the Queen as well.
Right. Do you have a supplementary question?
So can the Cabinet Member confirm that this wasn't a softening up of residents to prepare for waiting longer periods of time for their refuse to be collected?
Not at all. It was purely due to the absolutely sad and unfortunate circumstances we found ourselves in with the Queen's death, so no.
Do you have a second supplementary?
Will the Cabinet Member confirm categorically that there are no plans to increase waiting time for refuse collections?
Well, yes, yeah.
Councillor Bosher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Would the Cabinet Member provide a ward-by-ward breakdown of those wards that actually had, and it wasn't a delayed collection, Councillor Barrett, it was a cancelled collection, because certainly in Drayton and Farlington we had to wait a month for that. Confirm those wards in the city that actually had to wait essentially a month for their recycling to be collected. And would she agree with me that by actually cancelling it, not delaying it, that a lot of residents would have put their recycling waste into their domestic waste purely and simply to get it away from their properties?
I think that's technically two questions, but so I can't give you a ward-by-ward breakdown right this second, but I can get you some information if you would like that. No problem at all, I can do that for you. In regards to the recycling going into the waste, into black bins instead. At the moment, there's no evidence of that. I get regular tonnage updates from the waste team. What I've seen so far for the last month doesn't indicate that there's been an increase at all. And in fact, when I spoke to the waste team, and I actually spoke to the crews, someone from one of the crews the other day, and they indicated that they picked up a decent amount that was left on the curb by their bins to be recycled. So I'm really pleased that residents did listen, that they were sympathetic to what was going on, and they still carried on recycling, so well done to them.
Councillor Matthew Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, my residents were also affected on the Highbury estates. I can confirm that it also extended to Corsham. Can the Cabinet member, obviously this was an unfortunate sudden event that threw the schedule out of normal routine, but it does appear there was a cancellation. Everybody else was pushed back, but this group of residents were actually cancelled. Did the Cabinet member consider potentially simply adding the collection to the back of the list rather than cancelling it for a full 2 weeks? And is there a plan going forward to ensure this doesn't happen again in future emergency situations?
Thank you very much for that. So it was a rare circumstance that has happened. As far as I understand through my time as being Cabinet member, this hasn't happened before. So I think it is a rare circumstance, and it's why we planned so far in advance. In regards to the fact that it wasn't picked up, it's because we did try and get the staff in at short notice. We got the 40 staff in out of the 60, and we just weren't able to get the last 20 to push forward with the last few areas. So I appreciate there was difficulty there with some residents, and it's why I continue to thank the residents, because we still managed to get out and do some of the area. I appreciate some wasn't picked up, but we have done it now, we have sorted it, and the residents were very sympathetic. So any problems going forth, though, I would highly recommend speaking to the waste team. I believe I've spoken to them a number of times, and I know that they've spoken to a number of you when you had issues. And I think just come speak to us if there's an issue, if you've got a problem, if something hasn't been collected, and we can definitely sort it out and deal with it as soon as possible.
Councillor Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Barrett is right. Some of us did speak to the waste team. If you want to know the breakdowns of the 4 wards that were affected, it's Hilsey, Copner, Corsham and Drayton and Farlington. The question I'm going to ask, though, is about recycling rates, because I think this is important. We've had a break of effectively a month of these areas not getting their recycling picked up. Can you just update the council what the current recycling rates are?
I don't have it to hand right this second. I do have it, though, so I'm more than happy to share that to all members of the council and send that out to you via email if that's helpful.
Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I wonder if the Cabinet member would join with me in thanking the waste crews for their respect for the Queen in not going and collecting rubbish during her funeral, a funeral for which there was very little notice, and their work on coming in on an extra day for most of them to try to clear the backlog. And can we thank them for the respect they showed the Queen, which does not appear to be shown in this chamber?
I agree. I think they've done an excellent job, and that's why I thanked them earlier as well, that they came in on their day off, 40 of them, to be able to start clearing that backlog. So yes, I agree.
Councillor Gosling.
Mayor, Standing Order 39B. I'd just like to clarify for the benefit of the leader who seemed to infer... I said 39B.
If it's a point of order, which standing order has been breached?
39B.
Okay, this is not a point of order then, it's a point of information.
Point of information,
Right.
whichever way you want to look at it, yeah. There's a large swathe of Drayton and Farlington. Their refuse collection is actually on a Friday, so it was not on the date of the Queen's funeral, leader. Therefore, your inference that the waste crews were not doing it is totally and utterly wrong and misplaced, and you should withdraw.
My Lord Mayor, the proposal that came forward from the waste teams was that everybody's would be taken... Yeah, point of order to information to respond to your inaccuracy. So all the waste rounds were delayed by 1 day, So Monday ones were collected on Tuesday, Tuesday ones on Wednesday. Therefore, Friday ones were collected on Saturday. And it was incredible that we managed to get 40 out of the 60 guys to come in. Right. And I think we should be extremely grateful for them doing so.
Right.
Thank you. I think we all understand the circumstances around this and understand how out of the ordinary it is. However, it's an event that has been planned for many years across lots of services. However, it seems one area that we completely forgot to plan for. So can the Cabinet member confirm what plans are being put in place to make sure that areas don't have to wait a month for their recycling to be collected?
Well, I think I just need to confirm that this is all part of gold. You know, this is all something that is considered in gold. It was something that has been looked at before, and I think we did a damn good job in such short, in the circumstances that we were in. We know this has happened before. I think there's always a chance for learning and pushing forward. So this is definitely a learning thing. It's definitely something we can work on. But something like this happening again, I think will be very rare, but it's definitely something that we can look at. But I still have to say it was such short circumstances that we had this, and we pushed forward as best as possible. But I'll definitely take that feedback, and it'll be something that we'll continue to look into.
I have Councillor Lee Mason.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Just say this might not be as rare as you say, because we have all experienced snow days before, and our city's not designed to cope with it. And so we have had council collections, so it is likely, especially with the...
Is this a question?
Yes. Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is a question. So we are likely to have more days where collections are missed, so therefore it is important to have arrangements in place. So are you actually going to be going forward and looking to make these arrangements, no matter what reason it is that deliveries are cancelled?
When it comes to if we're very lucky enough to have snow in this city with the climate we're in, yes, we do already have those kind of measures put in place. This was just extremely unusual. So like I said, yeah, if we have snow days, which I don't, well, like I said, in the climate we're in, I can't see that happening anytime soon, but there are already procedures in place to deal with those kind of issues. And if it's the odd day off, the odd day that this has occurred, we're not talking about a whole space of a week or anything like that. It's something that we can work on. It's something that's already factored in. So I believe that the waste crew can deal with those sort of circumstances, and there's something already in place to deal with anything like that.
Councillor Brent.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think if we go to residents as councillors, ultimately what do they pay council tax for is to make sure their waste is collected on time. I think it's a fair assessment for them to make. I appreciate that 40 of the 60 people who came in for the waste collection, so a third was left undelivered, completely understand. I've got quite a lot of friends who work in the waste collection service. However, so that's all good and well. So the question would be, did the Cabinet member look at getting an additional 20 in the following week to ensure that it wasn't a gap of 4 weeks and could have been a gap of 1?
Well, as Councillor Lynn Stagger said, you know, we'll have to look at extra lorries. It's that additional work crew that we have to come in. If you're asking them to come in on a Saturday again, then we're going to have to look at that going forward. So, you know, there's lots of circumstances to think about that, but it was what it was.
Thank you for that. I would remind members that we have a number of questions and only 20 minutes left. I would therefore ask members to be very succinct in asking their questions. The next question is from Councillor Weems, to be answered by Councillor Sanders.
Question number 3 in my name, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Weems, for this question. Yes, I can update colleagues on the current financial position of this project. Firstly, I'm grateful to colleagues for agreeing to fund this scheme. Despite what the Chancellor would describe as a little turbulence in the market, deconstruction is still expected to be within budget and on time. Indeed, I'm told that Leamington House will be fully deconstructed on Friday. The scheme, and with it the financial position I mentioned, as colleagues, and not all of you may know, it has been guided by two principles. Firstly, that there will not be fewer council homes at the end of this project than there were at the start, and secondly, that the scheme must be viable. Within that, the team is also aware that rents must be as low as possible and homes must be as green as possible. We were also clear that after so many false dawns, local people should be in charge of their futures. We rejected the approach of people like Walter Mentis, who presented pipe dreams to local people rather than make them part of the future. And people in Somerstown have responded astonishingly to this. The community panel has come up with plans that give a real chance of making the area a place people want to go to, not stay away from. Now, in doing that, that's also helped the financial position because we've been able to have positive conversations with Homes England and have more than a reasonable expectation of securing affordable homes grant from them, and are also looking to secure infrastructure funding too. I can assert the former, in part because Homes England is using its own money to carry out due diligence on this project, something it would not do if it didn't agree with our view, I think. So as of today, I do not believe that we will exceed the financial threshold council has agreed to. We will look at final costs over the next few months and expect the planning process to start later this year. The only thing that could change that is something that none of us are responsible for and none of us really want, which are the current market conditions. The events of the last 2 weeks, if left unresolved, especially the Bank of England statement today of a continued material risk to the UK, if left unresolved, has a real chance to affect my assessment of this project. If government, for instance, continues to freeze the local housing allowance rather than honour its manifesto commitments, that minimises future rent income from affordable homes, so affecting viability. I hope we get clarity on that in the Chancellor's statement on Halloween. If planning reform cuts affordable homes requirements or Homes England's budget is cut on Halloween, that may also affect viability. If interest rates stay at the level they are, that affects borrowing costs for everybody, and again, that affects viability. And it also impacts inflation too. Now, these circumstances affect all councils. They affect all development projects. Indeed, any project geared towards growing our city and our country. And I say, nobody, even our Conservative colleagues, are responsible for, I'm not blaming our Conservative colleagues here for this, that they may have their own views about it. I heard a few in your conference in Birmingham about it, frankly, because we all want our country to get better. I want this bit of Somerstown to grow. I believe at the moment the scheme will be viable, but I also want to be straight with colleagues and explain the potential impact that the current market conditions may have on this scheme. And that'll be a shame, because the plans local people have put together, with all of us working together behind it, are a real chance to make this part of our city so much better. I hope that's an update, Daniel.
Councillor Williams, do you have supplementary?
Yes, thank you for the update, Councillor Saunders. It's really useful. I've only got one question thus far, is why are council homes important in this scheme, specifically affordable ones too, but not in others across the city?
I hope that affordable... Well, I have to differentiate between private developers doing planning and what the council does. The first thing was we took out 272 households from their homes because it wasn't as safe as I thought it was going to be. We put tenant safety first. That's the first thing. To cut the number of council homes as a result is, frankly, in my view, an insult. So that is the first piece of criteria. I would disagree with your assessment about some affordable homes developments across the city, but we've only got 18 minutes left and I want more people to ask more questions, including yourself. So I think that's the first thing. And I think secondly, we have a plan to build council housing in the city. We're buying back over 300 council homes in the city. That's something I'm very proud of, something this Liberal Democrat administration has chosen to do. We don't have to do it, but we've chosen to do it because it's the right thing to do. What I don't want is the chaos that we currently see outside, which is nobody's fault in this room, actually impact on those decisions. I'm happy to chat with you afterwards, Daniel, on the schemes you're worried about. I may or may not be able to answer your questions.
Do you have a second supplementary? No? Right. Councillor Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Saunders, would you be able to update the council if it's an ambition to ensure that the new 272 homes that will be provided at Horatio and Leamington will be at social rent or at affordable rent. What's your ambition on that?
As I say, my ambition is for rents to be as low as possible. And that is the phrase that, as you well know, I have mentioned to the team more than once. I do not want to be, I have to say, I don't want to be in a position the Chancellor would say one thing and then go back on it in 2 weeks, or in 2 days, or 2 hours. I think that damages credibility when we want to make sure that this scheme is sensible and this scheme is important to us, both in terms of improving Somerstown as well as making things right. So we have said that the scheme is viable. I have to say that the current market conditions, I believe, induced by the mini-budget, making matters worse, have made this worse and have made a straight answer to your question less likely. Any ideas would be very, very welcome.
Councillor Adkins.
Doesn't the the Cabinet member accept that given that interest rates have been at a historic low through the COVID pandemic and since the financial crisis, and the fact that government borrowing was increased effectively twice by the COVID pandemic, that the rise in interest rates was coming and was predicted as early as January, especially in light of the war in Ukraine, and therefore this entire scheme has from the outset been rather a substantial financial risk, and that is what Conservative members drew attention to when the scheme was first proposed.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I have to say, I wasn't going to mention this, Councillor Atkins, but I have to say Conservative members did mention a lot about this scheme in terms of money. I remember the days, long before Councillor Weems and yourself joined us, when I was told that the city centre road, our homeless provision, money for our schools, and even something that was called the Tipner Eco Village, my friends, which personally I regard as something called Lennox Point, would have to be scrapped to pay for this. I can also remember days when we were told that this scheme would be funded out of council tax. It hasn't, it isn't, it won't. So forgive me if I'm a little bit, I wasn't going to raise the past because I don't think that's fair. But unfortunately the past has been raised for me. And as far as interest rates are concerned, well, if you want to talk to the Prime Minister's intellectual guru, Patrick Minford, then you could actually say that the level of interest rates is inevitable for the libertarian medicine that this country is apparently taking or might not be taking, depending on what day it is. I was hoping to be a bit more constructive than I am, pleased with the contribution of Councillor Pater Harris and Councillor Weems, because I think they're interested in the truth. And I'm delighted to hear that. But if people are going to raise that, then I'm terribly sorry. I remember the past, and it was not a happy country.
Councillor Hunt.
Would the Cabinet member agree with me that the biggest threat to schemes like this, and indeed schemes up and down the country, for local government in particular, is this kamikaze Conservative budget, together with the £18 billion worth of public service cuts that they've also announced coming down the line?
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Yes, but it's not just what's coming. I don't think I've got time to get to question 7, so I will say this. As we know, the government is proposing an energy support scheme for businesses. It's based upon a maximum discount on a wholesale rate, which was at 40.5%, 40.5 pence, when it was announced on the 21st of September. On the 1st of October, that discount was cut by 15% to 34.5 pence. I can tell you now, that is making the housing revenue account financial position worse. I am amazed it's not been covered by the press at all, because this is now applying to all businesses who God knows need it. And it's not just what's coming, it's what exists. I've tried to be generous to our Conservative colleagues because it's not their fault, but I have to say it's not purely what's coming, it's what exists that really frightens me for all development projects, all councils of all political persuasions across the country. Thank you, Councillor Hunt.
Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My understanding is that when a decision to demolish Leamington House and Horatio House was taken, once people had been moved out, that decision was taken almost exclusively, if not exclusively, on the basis of the financial position of demolition versus reuse. Can the Cabinet member confirm that should a similar situation arise with a residential building as it stands now, then environmental considerations such as the embodied carbon contained within that project will also be considered?
I appreciate that you were not on the authority, Councillor Corkery, but in the briefings I gave I was involved in with the MP for Portsmouth South and with other people, our priority was tenant safety. This is 18 months after Grenfell. And the horror show, and I believe the ignorance and the negligence that has occurred, that will be clarified by the Grenfell inquiry, that occurred when people said people are going to die, and then people die for those reasons. We put tenant safety first. That is now. My apologies, Councillor Corkery. I mean, as for the future, we have to look and see what is going on. I'm sorry.
Councillor Sanders, a point of order. He has the right to be heard immediately. Which standing order are you? Well, in fact, point of clarification from something which you have said.
Yes.
Okay.
I was quite careful in the way in which I chose my words, and I spoke about once the decision had been made to move people out, there was then a further decision about whether that building should be reused, i.e. improved without people in there to make it safe, or demolished and something built again. So my question is, in those specific situations, once people's safety has been dealt with, from now on, will environmental considerations be taken into account as well as the finances?
Thank you for that
okay, and my apologies, Carl, for mishearing you. I'm sorry I'm misunderstanding you. The short answer is yes. I mean, in my response to Councillor Weems' question, I said two things. One, the rents must be as low as possible. Two, the homes must be as green as possible. Now, I don't think we can get to the sort of passive house standards that we want to bring in say, Lee Park and across the whole city. I don't think that's right, because I don't think it'll generate a viable scheme, which will mean no homes Portsmouth people can afford, which is a shame. But yes, environmental considerations have been a key part of the community panel work. They've been a key part of the plans. Will they go far enough for you and me? I don't think so, but I think it is absolutely right that environmental considerations are part of the plan.
Right, thank you. Question 4, Councillor Bosher to Councillor Stagg.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Question number 4 standing in my name.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. In fact, we're not progressing any low traffic neighbourhoods in the city at all. We're taking an entirely different approach to it, and that's based on looking at what's gone on in other parts of the country, and there's been quite a bit of negative reaction to some of them, some of the schemes. We didn't want that to happen, so we're looking at having full engagement with local residents, local businesses and people who are using the area. And in fact, we're starting off on next Monday. There's an informal survey going on, and this is, as I say, for residents, for businesses and for people who work in the area, so go through the area. That will last until the 27th of October, and there will be then an open sort of forum meeting in Priory School between 2 and 7 o'clock. So if anybody wants to go to that, they are very welcome to do so. And from that, they will then get ideas from people of what the problems are in the area as far as traffic is concerned. We've had lots of complaints over the years, and there have been lots of accidents in the area. The area, by the way, is between Talbot Road and Fawcett Road. There have been lots of accidents there for pedestrians and cyclists in particular. So it's an area we need to address, but we want to know the exact details. You get the odd email here, there and everywhere, and you've got the accidents. But by actually talking or getting the information back from local people, then we'll get to know exactly what the problems are. From that, we can then go ahead and design some plans, some possible options, and then take them back to the people to discuss with them. So it's the local people involved. It's actually taking a leaf out of Housing's book, what they did with Leamington and Horatio House. Houses, yes, they are houses. And local people then have buy-in. So we've listened, they listened to what people wanted there, they have come up with the ideas, we have worked on them. And we want to do exactly the same sort of thing there. And then, depending on how well that works, how it's received, that can be rolled out across the city as and where it's requested by local people. It's not something we want to impose.
A supplementary question, Councillor Berger?
Yes, of course, Lord Mayor. I'd like to thank the Cabinet Member for a pretty concise and detailed response. Could the Cabinet Member enlighten me as to the decision-making process? How many other areas were considered before we settled on this one in Central Southsea? That would be the start one there.
As far as I'm aware, none, because we haven't had any requests, or I haven't had any requests from any other areas. And this is based on requests, unless we identify particular hotspots, and that is usually something to do with the road rather than the traffic going through it.
Do you have a second?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Could the Cabinet Member therefore provide me with perhaps an officer information report on how they actually decided this and whether they had any requests from other areas of the city before settling on the Central Southsea one?
Certainly will do.
Councillor Gerarda.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to ask if the Cabinet Member could confirm that the Labour councillors for Central Southsea will be included continuously in the consultation and introduction of the LTN. I ask only because we only received an email yesterday to say that consultation was beginning next week, and also we've had no involvement at all in the draft of the survey, which I think is a shame that we weren't involved in that. And there have been several occasions where Councillor Fielding and I have been cut out of traffic and transportation projects within the ward and received barely any notice or involvement in the planning of them, and we want this to be a success, and we have been working with those residents directly who have experienced severe road safety issues for about 18 months, so we really hope that we are completely included in this process. Thank you.
Precisely, yes, totally agree. In fact, it was an oversight that you weren't included. I didn't know about it myself until yesterday, so it was an oversight.
Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Over a year ago, my ward colleague and some local residents met with a council officer to discuss proposals for some measures in Richmond Road, because residents wanted to see less traffic in there. We were told the matter would be considered. There is a good deal of agreement within the residents because they've already consulted each other about it, and it appears from your previous answer that that scheme has somehow disappeared down a hole somewhere. Can you tell me what hope the residents have of their proposal, a relatively modest one, of being implemented?
Well, we look at prioritising things, so there's a scale. There are points awarded for various aspects of any particular proposed scheme, and then they're prioritised from the points that come out of that. And so this one is particularly, this has been going on for longer than 18 months. It's been going on, for, well, at least 10 years when I was the Cabinet Member before. That area has been a problem area as far as traffic going through residential areas is concerned. But we've never had the money to do it, so that's why that one has come up now.
Councillor Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Heaney. Very good question. I'm just going to make a point of this being the, I don't want to call them low traffic neighbours because we don't like calling them that, because they're active Pompey neighbours, I think is the term we're calling them, because apparently low traffic neighbours are very unpopular in terms of they have a bad reputation. But what I'm going to ask is, as this is going to be the first one that the council is going to be undertaking, would it be possible for you to invite myself, Councillor Heaney, and the Central Southsea Ward councillors to just a briefing and a working group just to see how it works, what the implementation is and what the process is? I think that would be quite good.
Yes, indeed. I don't know when my next briefing meeting is, but by all means, and we can set up a meeting. Yeah.
You said Thursday.
What?
You said Thursday.
Thursday.
Question 5, Councillor Peter Harris, to be answered by Councillor Sanders.
Question in my name.
And we've got 2 minutes, so I'm going to try and be as brief as I can. The short and accurate answer, Councillor Pate Harris, is more homes Portsmouth people can afford. However, first a bit of background, because colleagues may not know the history and some information about next steps. The Hillsey Lodge site was originally held by Adult Social Care. It now sits in the Housing General Fund as being suitable for a housing development. The existing main building on the site is no longer in use, and the 2 annexes are being used for housing anyway. On the 2nd of August, you and other Hillsey Ward councillors, I was told, I wasn't at the meeting, were briefed that the site had been identified as for potential development and the engagement activity was discussed. Now, as we know, this event should have happened by now. However, the council rightly rearranged it so we could mourn our late Queen. That was announced through a press release to local media, a boosted local social media campaign and through Hillsey Ward members, and that event will now take place this Saturday at Catcombe Gardens. Having learnt from our approach in Somerstown and Paulsgrove, we'll be offering a variety of feedback methods, which I could do if I didn't have 45 seconds left. But there's also online surveys as well. People will be asked for their views on Hillsey Lodge and also Hillsey Lido too. And once feedback is in, we'll share that with local people and with ward councillors. I'll ensure the team keep ward members and also other housing portfolio members informed of the progress.
Do you have a supplementary?
I do. Could the cabinet member, would the cabinet member consider some form of sheltered housing on that site?
Well, the short answer is yes, but it's not going to be up to me ultimately. We want to try and ensure that the views of local people are also taken on board. You will know from the Doyle Avenue development that was heavily changed, mainly because people wanted cars up there and more parking up there, heavily changed. So we'll take on board the feedback and we'll see what priorities are. We've also got to look and see what the priorities are on the waiting list, and I still think we've got 30 seconds.
Right. Councillor Simpson, followed by Councillor Weems, who have indicated, and then I suspect we'll be running out of time.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the residents of Hillsey be reassured that the Hillsey Lodge will not become more housing as the schools are full and parking is limited?
Members, I intend to insert my own rules since it is my meeting, and I would like to ask Councillor Simpson and Councillor Weems, who have both already indicated they wish to ask questions on this matter.
You're very kind, my Lord Mayor. I have to... I think I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Simpson, but I may get this wrong, so my apologies. As I've said, the site is we have identified the site for housing. 2 of the annexes are being used for housing anyway. There is an argument because you and other councillors have come to me saying, look, I've got people that I want to move. We have a waiting list. We want to try and get that down. What I do want to say is that since your motion with regards to a community centre in Hillsey, both the housing and culture leisure teams have been looking to how to implement that. We now know more about the history, including the bar that got shut down in 2001. And the surveys which said that people in Hillsey didn't want another community centre, which was interested us greatly. So we'll continue to work with local people and local council on how we can honour that motion. We're working up information at the moment, but as we all know, the city needs more homes Portsmouth people can afford. I hope you're not against that, Councillor Simpson. I'm sure you're not, but that's what we will do, and that's what we will do at Hillsey Lodge, whilst trying to honour the motion that you put down.
And finally, Councillor Weems.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. How can residents be confident that the cabinet member will listen to their concerns, given that in other departments across the city council they're quite often ignored? And just an extra one: will he be there on Saturday?
The answer to the second question is no, as I have a Baffins Pond Association meeting of trustees which I will be involved in, and I may also be spending an hour at St Cuthbert's Church, which has a fantastic autumn fair, which I thoroughly recommend that everyone goes to in the city, because that will be utterly sensational. With regards to your first question, other people can answer for themselves. I hope that from the information that you've received about the projects around Horatio and Leamington, from what you've been told by Councillor Pater Harris and former Councillor Jonas around Doyle Avenue. I think the housing team does occasionally listen to people, and I think that's something that we've got to do across the piece in this council. I only hope the government listens as well.
Right, members. Firstly, that concludes their 45 minutes. The remaining questions will receive a written answer. I would conclude by firstly thanking members for the courtesy which they have shown to the chair this afternoon, and secondly to invite all members to the parlour for some light refreshments since we have finished at a reasonable hour. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes this afternoon's meeting. Yes, Karen.
I don't know, man.